Hey, what's going on, everybody? Welcome to the stream. It is Friday, and that means you've made it to the weekend. So I'll welcome you into it with a little Starsector today, continuing where we left off yesterday, because we actually got a campaign going after bombing the first couple. One of my lights is not working. Oh well, it'll have to do. It's Friday? Wait, it's Thursday. Yeah, today is Thursday. Why does it feel? It feels like a Friday to me. Whoops. Just kidding. Maybe it should be Friday. When did Friday get here? Here's the thing, right? It's Friday for one of you. So it's Friday in Tokyo, okay? Japanese viewers, welcome to the stream. The rest of you, get out. It is Friday in Darwin, Australia. 8:30 a.m. almost. Wait, 8:30? Chad, am I stupid? Is this my American education showing? I did not know some time zones had half an hour difference. Is that common? Or is that just Australia things? Anyway, yes, it is Thursday, but it will be Friday for most of you before the stream is over. Okay, we're gonna shift the goalpost all the way back. I'm in Tokyo right now for holidays. Right now? And you're in the stream at 7:55 a.m.? That's crazy. Hello, Scion Xenos. Thank you for 38 months of subs. Says, I love Mountain Blade. Well, too bad, because this is Starsector, which has some similarities. But I got you with the clickbait. It has a lot of similarities, actually. Thank you, Scion Xenos, for over 3 years of sub. Cobra Blue for 92. What's up, Cobra Blue? How you doing? Arriving on scene, War of the Worlds. Get to the sub to Cowardly Lion. Enjoy your sub, Cowardly. And thank you for yet another gift sub, War of the Worlds. And Medeus for half a year. How's it going? First time in a while I've been genuinely fooled myself as to what day it is. But thanks for clicking regardless. Hello, rest of you arrivers. Detail trying to give us panic attacks. What, you guys got homework you got to turn in for tomorrow? You got some job deadlines you got to finish up before the weekend? Be honest, how many of you double checked your calendar? How many of you looked over and were like, how many of you clicked on the bottom right of your Windows toolbar real quick? Anyway, let's hop in. Let's hop in and get it rolling. I'm trying to move this window. Okay, there we go. There we go, so I can see everything. I want to see everything. Hopping back into Starsector. We got a fleet in progress right now. With some scrappy but determined ships And took a few attempts yesterday. Had a couple of botched attempts at getting a campaign rolling. I kind of dead-ended the first two, but then we got it going on the third one. This is still that one. And we're sitting on 210,000 credits right now, which is going to last us for a little bit. And the fleet is, I wouldn't describe it as competent, but it can handle some low-tier fights. Mainly because I managed to pick up this Omen in a shop. And the Omen can just use Force Lightning on all these other little ships. And it's kind of OP. Honestly, for how much it costs, the Omen is extremely strong. I can't believe it hasn't been nerfed. Like, you compare an Omen to a Lasher and it's like, or even, I bet an Omen could take down a Lasher and a Wolf simultaneously. Let me see. There's the Wolf. Where's the Lasher? Why am I not seeing it? Is there not a pirate Lasher on this page? Surely there is. I see kites, hounds, drone ships, Cerberuses, wayfinders, vanguards, gremlins, and afflictors. Surely there's a pirate Lasher, right? That's like a Lasher ship. The Ludic have one, a raider frigate with torpedoes. I swear there was a pirate Lasher variant, is there not? Okay, anyway, so we take these two. Can you deploy two from different factions at the same time? This is fine. Let's do like a wolf and a Lasher. I might get killed by the wolf because the wolf has a bunch of sabos. And also, I don't know if I can catch the wolf. Okay, I might not be able to 1v2 them because I can't get through their shields very easily. Unless the EMP sneaks by, which is unusual. Okay, if I put pressure... See, the problem is he just teleports away. And then I can't catch up to him and his flux goes down. The point is, they can't kill me. That's what I mean. They can't kill me. I can just float around and his flux got to full just from getting zapped. And I don't even have to do anything except press F on the keyboard. And I don't have any of these story points built into this. I could probably build in unstable injector or something. And the only downside of it, I guess, is its deployment time. Peak operating time is a little low. But I got this level 5 pilot that we picked up yesterday out of a cryopod when we were exploring around. He's got combat endurance, which is a skill that gives you way more peak operating time, so he can stay out there and chase for an extra minute before its performance starts to degrade on the ship. Got helmsmanship for the extra speed boost. Pretty good. And then we got some fighters. We got a little broadsword heavy fighter wing. And kind of a mishmash of weapons on some of these ships. And then our latest additions besides those are this salvage ship. So we've been exploring and really putting it to good use, picking up a bunch of materials to kind of sustain our extended stay in the outer rim of this sector, and then a dram with fuel tanker space to kind of facilitate long travel. I'm allergic to going on space road trips without my dram. 585 fuel capacity is like more than double the rest of our fuel capacity combined. So we got some utility ships in the back to kind of help that are non-combat ships, which we'll never have to fight unless we have a situation in which we have to retreat. Then we're screwed. So you might say, why not have a ton of these ships? Because you never have to put them into battle. But if you get caught by a larger enemy and they force an engagement, maybe you don't use story points to disengage or you don't have any, Then if you have to retreat, these also have to retreat and can get blown up, which can be quite devastating if you encounter a larger force far away from the core worlds and can't resupply. Sneeze kind of snuck up on me. We've also got this little kite back here. That's probably going to be one of the first things we get rid of. Just got a couple rocket pods on it, living dangerously. A couple annihilators, just spamming rockets. Got a drone tender. And 2 hounds with heavy maulers on the front. So we're just going full chaos mode. This is a scrappy little fleet with a random high-tech Omen carrying. Okay, why am I here? I remember we found this crazy piece of tech, the synchrotron core. That means 5. It's worth 250,000 credits per unit. So if we ever get a colony going that produces fuel, then we can plug that in. Found another AI beta core here. And we're sitting on a lot of supplies. We've been harvesting supplies from each of these. We've been finding a ton of these like domain era probes. And I think that's kind of where we're at right now. I know we're using extra supplies per day, but I don't want to get rid of any of this other stuff. So we're just going to keep burning supplies until we get back down to equilibrium there. Do a little pulse. I think I was gonna leave this domain era probe here just in case we ever come back. Domain era probes don't typically drop blueprints and whatnot. I suppose I could go check more of the ring and do some pulses looking for salvage. Like maybe we already went over here though. Nope. There's a domain era survey ship. Did I just pour it into here? Sometimes you will find stuff like this in the asteroid fields. An automated survey ship from a long past wave of domain explorers. Thousands were sent in waves. And now I'm here. Oh. Huh. We could probably take these dudes. Yeah, we could take them. Couple of siege drones. So there's some old, ancient Guardian ships protecting this particular survey ship. I think we're gonna engage those. We'll start with a little combat straight out the gate. Send everybody in. I think I want to keep just the drone tender kind of as an escort near me, so we have all of our fighters side by side. We got a couple pilots now, so my pilot is going to be over here and over here to my right. They're in the Omen and they are in the Lasher. So when you put pilots in ships, they start going, if they were doing pretty well before, they're going to be taken up to another level in terms of combat performance. It doesn't just change their stats, it also changes their AI. And their AI gets a little bit more tactical. They have different personalities. I think both of mine are steady. So you have like aggressive, you have cautious, and depending on what they are, we'll kind of decide how reckless they're going to become. So for now, I might just let them chill. Because look at them going in. I'm gonna go kind of help over here. Send some fighters in to help my hound. Get my shields up. I'm gonna start backing up a little bit. I'm gonna need the broadswords to hook me up and help me out. Also, my salamander is not firing. None of my weapons are fighting. I gotta change some of their settings right there. All right, got them disabled. Let me see how everyone else is doing. We kind of want to put a, let's put a little avoid order. I don't know if you can even see that. Down here, I got some orders. So up at the top right, the way that this overmap works is that you have something called command points. So you can give certain orders to your crew and your fleet, but you're only allowed so many command points. The purpose of this is basically to simulate some of the chaos of combat. Like, you can't give micromanaging orders to every single person, or else you're gonna run out of command points and then you can't issue any orders. But you can do some kind of generic sweeping orders, and you'll see, for example, like if I don't want to go near this guy right now, I can do avoid. So we'll try to avoid this enemy if at all possible, and that'll consume a command point. So if you do certain commands simultaneously, then it won't consume a command point for every single thing. So for example, if I were to do, let's say, eliminate that dude, eliminate that dude, and eliminate that dude, we're still only using one command point because we're giving multiple orders simultaneously. So if you unpause, then do another order, that's going to consume a command point. So you really can be micromanaging, but only like a certain number of times per battle. And then there's ways to get more command points through the skill tree and stuff. So like if I just want to murk all three of those at the same time, as long as I give them in the same order while it's paused, I can kind of tell them to do whatever I want. So I'm gonna start moving to the left. One of my engines is out. Trying to get my broadswords to come help me. Oh, the other squad is rolling up on me. All right, the other squad's rolling up. I need you guys to get in there, actually. So we're gonna stop avoiding. And we're gonna take the order off of these guys. And then I'm actually gonna set this up to be like engage, eliminate the dude right in front of me, kind of get my squad needs to stop hiding behind me like cowards. I'm about to overload and then I'm gonna explode if you guys don't get in there and do some shit. Holy, what are all of you bastards doing over here? You told us to avoid, sir, so we just abandoned you to die. Why am I in the front? Dive, dive, dive. Why are they still backing up? I got no command points. I was hyping you guys up. I was hyping you up. Level 5. And what are you doing? Avoid order may take priority. I turned off the avoid order and turned it into... Wait, is it still an avoid order? Oh my God, I thought I turned it off. Yeah, it does take priority. I thought that I disabled it. Not how I wanted to start the day today against some damn automated drones. He's still over here. I'm taking over. Well, what are you doing over here, Omen? Do I have to pilot the Omen myself? There's no one around, brother. Move over. Let me show you how it's done. Jesus, what a shit show the first battle turned into. I gotta, like... We lost like half our fleet. Chat's like, who's we? How did the drone tender survive? What's the Omen pilot's personality? Steady. Which for an Omen is not good, but I don't exactly have a lot of choices right now. So Ripperonis, the Kite, which I don't care about, the Gemini, which we might be able to recover, and the 2 Hounds. You know, they're the most likely to die, so that makes sense. That was mismanaged by me, but also after I fixed it, they were still being super skittish, which was annoying. Okay, only the Kite is a difficult recovery, so I'm just gonna recover... How many crew died? 80 crew died in that engagement. Overconfidence is a slow and insidious killer. It's been less than 30 minutes, man. It's not very slow or insidious. It's literally the first thing that happened today. Anyway, I swear at some point that I disabled or pressed another hotkey to change the avoid into an engage. But apparently there was a misclick or the game didn't register it, one of the two things, because I verbally said, okay, we don't need to avoid anymore, and then clicked something. The reason why it's such a pain in the ass is because now, not only are we just out here, but the Gemini got defective manufactory, which is going to make it worse at fielding fighters after they die, and got degraded shields. The Hound has got degraded engines, which basically makes the Hound useless. Wait, does it? Hang on. Does that affect in-combat speed? Where is in-combat top... Oh, top speed's 190. It actually goes up. It's fuel usage. Wait, what is the debuff of degraded engines? I don't actually see a debuff. Erratic fuel injector is more expensive fuel. The details are in the codex. It's just worse mobility. Whatever. As your fleet finishes mopping up, I don't know if I would call it mopping up the automated defenses, more like barely crawling away from that fight and also having to give a burial at space for 80 of their crew and then duct taping the ships back together. A weak hyperwave ping is detected coming from the survey ship. It's unclear if this is a random noise from a dying subsystem or some kind of encrypted signal. All right, well, salvage, and you better give me something juicy for this. Just a beta core. Not juicy enough, unfortunately. Top speed and maneuverability minus 15% in combat. In that case, why does it not say... Now it says top speed minus 7, but when I was recovering, it didn't have that adjusted value. I don't think. So it's like it doesn't update the number until after you've done it. We're using an extra 50 supplies per day. I'm fine with that. Actually, I just don't need these organics. Just drop all the organics into space. Just don't need them. Yeet them into space. And then let's do another salvage. 3 heavy machinery exploded. We have too much fuel also. Okay, so I dropped the fuel. Pretty much always taking the extra supplies. What a pain in the ass for a first engagement. Now we got to repair all these ships. They got to get fixed up. It's going to take a little bit of time to repair them, and their combat readiness is going to slowly go up 4% per day. It's going to take a while to get all these back into fighting form. The good news is that we only need 175 skeleton crew for all ships. So that's 80 fewer crew that I have to pay monthly now. I'm surprised that there's not some kind of crew morale system. Like if you go into a... Didn't they used to have that and then did away with it? There used to be some kind of like crew readiness or like how their experience levels, and they used to become green and then kind of go up. Was that just overcomplicated or something? Why am I going so slow? Which of you is slowing me down? Is it just the being fleet overcapacity? Let me see my top burn speed, it'll tell me. Yep. Over carrying capacity or max number of ships, that's fine. If I need to escape, I'll jettison some things. 16,500. I think Marines kept the XP system, but for crew it was just annoying. I thought it was okay. I thought it was a decent idea. I don't think it kept track of it very well is the problem. Because it wouldn't keep track of each crew member independently. It would just keep track of sort of a pseudo average that it made up. Which if it actually simulated how many of each type of crew were on each ship, I think that for me would be an interesting layer of micromanagement. Like, for example, let's say you had crew with 3 XP levels. Green, trained, and expert, or something like that. Then you could choose on each ship sort of the priority. Like, if you want all of your expert crew to be on this ship, you could set that ship to have a priority toward the higher experienced crew to give that ship, like, bonuses. And then if you left all of your unexperienced crew to fill your capital ship, they would have like a debuff because they're green. And so each time you take casualties in a battle, it would be like on a per ship basis instead of just like a generic taking from everybody. And then you could have like some ship modules and hull mods that are basically like training facilities for the crew. I don't know. I think that would be a fun layer of extra micro for me. I think other people might be turned off by that, but that's, you know, having like a ship be like a training grounds for your crew would be kind of fun. I'm going back out to space. Trying to do repairs. We are slow as molasses right now. Actually, there is an irradiated world here. Did I don't know what music this is. Don't listen to that. You can listen to this though. Did I scan that planet? It says 1 full survey data, so I'm gonna assume I did. I don't really need to be out here surveying necessarily. What I need to do is find more ways to make money. So I'm gonna look for some ways to make money. A log of salvage known to be available in the Alpha Mesh system. Projected value is high. One other source of salvage. Other as yet undiscovered salvage may be present in the system. Wait. Isn't that where I am? Did I leave that? That must be salvage that I left, because I was just there. I've never even seen this notification before. There's a distress call here. I kind of am in the... I think we should just go back to the civilized space. I don't know if I need to pit stop in Gingolks. Part of me does want to explore some more systems, but our fleet really, like, kind of sucks. There's some Tritachian. I don't know if I want to do high tech this time. I know I already have a little high tech, but I might pivot and swap it up. I'm in the mood for some, like, hegemony ships. I never really do Ludic. Maybe I should, for once. Just go full Ludic ships. The way it was implemented was kind of flat and boring. Yeah, the original way that it was implemented was kind of... I agree. I agree. Maybe I'm gonna head up. I wouldn't mind some independent ships also. Just getting some classics in there. I guess I'll head up to Jana. Get the sustained burn on. What's up, Wapaloosa? Yep, this is the ES2 soundtrack. Good stuff. The only problem I have with the soundtrack is that the full soundtrack has a lot of repeat, slightly remixed songs, so I'll be listening to it. I'll be like, haven't I heard this song 3 times already? Hold on, I see a little wormhole. Slipstream, not a wormhole. It just looks like a worm. Let's ride the slipstream. Whee! Okay, so what this thing does is it is a flow in hyperspace. Fleets traveling in the slipstream use 50% less fuel for the same distance. Traveling at burn levels above 20 is even more fuel efficient. So if you can kind of just chill in this and just ride it out, catch it going the right direction, and just skips you through all of this little mess right here, cutting through the cosmic storm. Looks like our ships are as good as they can be given the circumstances. So we did get some demods after they got detonated. But I did put reinforced bulkheads on this ship for a reason. So, you know, if disabled, the ship will not break apart and is almost always recoverable. I tried to buy us some time. We also have reinforced bulkheads on both of the Hounds. So I tried to protect the crew. Well, I guess that doesn't really protect the crew unless you add that other one. Blast doors. Blast doors reduces crew casualties. That costs 8 for this ship. It's expensive. Catch the space wave, man. This is a big one, actually. Happens to be going the right way, too. What's up, Paul? Thank you for the tier 3 sub. That's a big sub. Sorry, I think I was in the middle of battle when you subscribed. For 77 months? Yo, thanks a ton for 5 subs in 1. Huge support. Thanks for hooking up the stream. And 77 months is a lot of time too, goodness. And thanks again, Medias, for half a year. Oh, I guess I should ride down the middle. You go faster. kind of on the edge. All right, I need to get out now, actually. I gotta e-burn to get out of here. Well, I don't have to. It's just going, if I want to go to Jana, I do, I guess. It'd be nice to get closer to civilized space and then find out some prices on some things, you know? So why not? This is not Jana. This, however, is. So where's the Independent? It's on the other side. So in Starsector, when you're going into a system from hyperspace, you can go into any of these sort of jump points, and they will take you to a proportional place in that map. So if I go, all 4 of these are the same system. I'm just determining where in that system I want to appear. So if I go in at the star, I'm gonna pop in right on top of the star, which is generally not what you want. If I'm looking for a particular planet, I can mouse over it and it'll tell me how far away that planet is or that station is from that jump point. So if I wanted to go to the Jana Exchange Tritakian, that's the closest one. If I want to go to the Independent world, that's the well, you can't really see. That's the closest one to the Independent world, right? But if I want to go in the middle of nowhere, actually this is close to a Tritakian. So you're determining where positionally on the map you want to end up. Which is important for a bunch of different reasons, not just going to the closest one to your planet that you want. Maybe there's like hostile enemies around one jump point, so you can kind of sneak around them and go to a different one, for example. All right. What I need to do is kind of find a place to store a bunch of weapons and stuff. I'm gonna need to find like a empty station. I think I saw one yesterday, but I forgot where it is now. For the moment, I just want to look at some prices on things. Why? Do they not have prices? Seeing remote price data for various colonies requires being within range of a... Do we not have a comm relay in this system? Okay. Real backwater hours. This is real backwater hours because there's no updated prices here. What a weird spawn. Maybe I'll just take a look at what ships they've got. Not much on the open market. Pirate stuff on the black market. Random shade phase frigate right there. Also has a EMP emitter. Generates lightning arcs. Vigilance. I don't mind the vigilance. I'm kind of feeling like carriers or missiles. I'm not really feeling like high tech, like lasers this time. I don't hate like a full midline fleet. Like that could be kind of fun. What kind of, got an Annihilator rocket pod, hammer barrage, arbalest. I'm gonna pass on all these. Yeah, I'm gonna pass on all these. Just kind of peeping what they got. These are some small stations. It's like a size 3 Tritakian. Just being nosy. I can't be nosy for too long because we got to start making money. But I got a little surplus of cash. Market captured. Now under Sindrian Deek to control previously led church. The war! They're at war! This place got nothing. I bet they... Here's the thing, if we're not getting price updates on things they want, then there might be huge profit here. You know what I'm saying? Because look how little they've got. So if I could just like... The problem is you're sort of taking a gamble on what their prices might be on different objects and items. Because this is just a size 3 base. They don't have much. Ooh, barely any. They sound like a Hermes shuttle. There's a Shrike. All right, I'm out. There's also a little pirate station here. I think I'm just gonna leave. Cause yeah, they're off the grid, big time. So I think let's go. We still got plenty of fuel, plenty of supplies. Who is... Oh, avoiding contact. Slow roll through the cloud. $16K monthly expenses adds up. Rebellion on Aita, Persian League, disrupted way station. All right, we should be getting some updated prices and stuff here soon. There it is, all coming in on the left side. Okay, let's see what's going on. So as far as fuel goes, there's some really cheap fuel here, 15 credits a pop. Or we can get even cheaper at 12, but we don't need to save, we don't need to penny pinch that much. We got 400 supplies. Whoops. Bring some crew. we could bring some, if we got some cruise ships trading is kind of fun. I think anyway. Okay, let's see. What do I want? Who's here? Hegemony? Let me just take a look at the intel. Analyze the domain era survey ship. That's not too far. It's not too bad. I might accept that one. So let's refuel. Okay, and then boom. Boom. Analyze the domain era survey. That's fine. There's also a survey a barren world, but that's the other direction. And then we got... Ooh, wait, these are both next to each other. Not really. Could do a couple just explore missions. I kind of need to revamp some of my ships real quick. That's the issue. My fleet is not ready to go. What is going on here, guys? Pursuing smuggler. Huge battle. Oh, pirate raiders engaged. Yeah, we don't want to mess with either of those fleets. Goodness. Let me get out of here. This is a good spot to smuggle out of. They got the asteroid belt right here. They got the radiation hiding in the planet. It's a pretty good spot to do some smuggling. Okay, I'm here for fuel. So we're just gonna load up. Still got plenty of supply. We're gonna need to get some more crew. I think that's a good idea. We only have 75 extra. Let's make it like 100 extra at least. Come aboard, come aboard. Check some prices. Sun Wukong has got very cheap domestic goods, but we'd have to travel a distance to sell them. And you'd really have to sell them in bulk. I'm not seeing a lot of like, that first place we went was easy trading. Everything else has seemed actually pretty spread out so far, but I haven't given it that much of a look. All right, let me check what's in the shop for the fleet. Valkyrie troop transports right there. Marines. Or some Phaeton super tankers, do some field trading. You need more than just one Phaeton to do field trading, but there's a Starliner civilian transport. We could be carrying 1,500 crew and just take people, find them jobs. To take thousands of crew and give them jobs. Why is there a Dominator 14D in here with 5D mods in the open market? Why is a 14th battle group in the open market? There's that Prometheus super tanker. That's the real one. Ooh, a Mora. That is a Mora. 3 fighter bays. There's a pristine Eagle, pristine Mora on the black market. Pristine Brawler. Brawler's okay. I can't afford either of them right now, but man, Eagle and a Mora would be pretty sweet. Eagles are fun. It just sucks when you bite off a little more than you can chew and you're sort of just stuck there. Maneuvering jets can help you out. I kind of want to just like, my problem is I'm always torn between selling my ships and getting new ones or just finding them via legitimate salvage. I think salvage is more fun, but it just takes so much longer to do. We need to be able to hold more cargo if we're going to be exploring that much. That's the real issue. So maybe I should look at getting like a Tarsus or something, like a freighter. Of course, that one has compromised storage. I could get just like a Buffalo. It's not glamorous, but it has 400 cargo space by default. It's 43,000 credits though, so they're making me pay for it. What do you guys think? Buffalo or wait, go look somewhere else? Eagles have been the cornerstone of every large fleet. I've had to go tragically in one fell swoop. They make me overestimate, yes. That's how I feel. I feel too powerful in the Eagle, and then you get brought down to earth. I say Buffalo if you're planning on hitting the fringe. I always got a Buffalo and Phaeton. Yeah. Yeah. You know, the second you buy a Buffalo, you're going to find a derelict just drifting. That's the issue. They're pretty common derelicts. $43K is pricey for cargo. That's why I'm hesitant. Yeah. But it would be well over 400 cargo capacity, and we only have 876. So it's going to be more than a 50% cargo capacity increase. I'm just gonna invest in my own success. I'm just gonna invest in my own success. Get us a proper storage ship out here. Just lock it in. So it's already got militarized subsystems built in. That's one of the upsides of it. So we just toss on expanded cargo holds, and then it becomes a 780 cargo capacity ship. So it basically doubles our cargo with expanded cargo holds. So it seems worth just for that. Let us hold so many more supplies and other random things we come across. And then I don't really have that many hull mods yet. So you could do fuel tanks as well. How much fuel does it hold? 120. So we do expanded fuel fuel tanks as well. That goes to 210 fuel capacity. And then I think that's it. I don't think anything else really benefits the fleet. You just hope you never get in a situation where this needs to use capacitors or vents. I'm pretty sure. So it's gonna have a max burn of 9. I think that's consistent with everything else. Yeah, I think it'll pay for itself for sure. My salvager is going to be the toothpick, the solo, Fenris, I didn't name these, Puka, the lonely rover, and Chromo. Okay, do we possibly have another flat cannon here? Negative. There's a dual flat cannon. That's a little too spicy for this ship, I think. Though I might just buy that and just hang on to it. Oh, it's on the black market. I just bought some stuff off of the open market, so my suspicion should be managed enough, hopefully, for me to get I like investing in some weapons that I may or may not ever actually like loot, like dual flat cannons. When you need them, I'm just gonna buy all 4. On the right ship, they can be pretty baller. Point defense, also hyper velocity drivers. Okay, I might arouse some suspicion with these purchases now. Harpoon MRM pods are kind of in the same boat. I'm also just spending too much money. I can't afford all that. I'll just buy the 2 dual flak, and then that's it. Still no suspicion. Random plasma cannon there. Reasonably very affordable heavy armaments, though. This is actually a great trade. Hold up. I'm just officers, I'm just taking a quick little drive through the asteroid field over here. Ooh, what's that? My transponder just turned itself off. I'm not sure what contributed to that. Must be a malfunction on board my ship. Here's the thing, they could be waiting in this as well and then see me when I go out. Oh, there's a museum ship here. That's cool. Kind of want to check that out. I'm just gonna poke in. Your fleet approaches Gusoin Station. Ignores requests from the Hegemony Port Authority to identify yourself. Hello? All right, I'm just gonna partake. of all 275 of these heavy armaments. No particular reason, though. Not going to feed them to the Tritakian. Or anything like that. What system is that in? That is in Ming Daddy. Going to the Ming Daddy system. They actually want a bunch of supplies, a bunch of fuel. I'm gonna buy some fuel. What else does Ming Daddy want? None of this garbage. They do want some organics, but the profit margins are not very high there. And then I don't have enough storage space for all that. Okay, so they really just want supplies. I don't know if it's worth doing the supply trade. All right, let's just be on our way. I'm paying 92K. This better be profitable. I don't have 134K for all this. I'm broke. I got no money, so if I'm gonna have to be going into debt. How do I get out of here? Can you guys not interdict me right now? Yo, come on! They pushed the pirates into me and then didn't come to help. And now I gotta use a story point to get away from an eradicator, man. A first-time chatter trying to backseat the game and they're wrong immediately? Psh, in a Starsector stream, that's never happened before. That might be a world first. Yeah, this eradicator will eat us for breakfast. I gotta disengage with special maneuvers. I'm gonna use one of my, I got 12 story points, but special maneuvers. The enemy forces harass your ships as they retreat, causing disruption, but ultimately do not force a battle. All right, we gotta get out of here. There is a lot of pirate activity here. I'm just saying, you know what else there is? There's a lot of advertisement activity. We could probably take these dudes. I'm just scared of who else might be lurking in the area. But yeah, 3-minute mid-roll ad coming in. It's been an hour. So brace yourself for impact. Okay, we're taking these. Intercepting your fleet. I'm gonna emergency burn out of here, and we are gonna head toward a hegemony mercantile convoy, which will not deter them at all, apparently. But I'm gonna take a sharp turn into the storm cloud while they look for me and I escape. Man, we are getting harassed right here. I don't think story point is a good mechanic. I do. I think story point's a great mechanic. It's one of the best that they've added. In fact, but you can't just say that and not say why. Skivs, thank you for 4 years of e-sub. Appreciate 48 months. Thank you for subbing again. How's it going? Happy 4 years. Deluxe Meatball Hoagie also, thank you for 33 months. And also the Prime. Metallic's longtime viewer, occasional subscriber. I don't know, 33 months seems more than occasional. I'm not familiar with Starsector. Can you please give me a very long and detailed description, overview, and basic tutorial of the game? Sure. It's a space sandbox where you start as just a lowly captain of usually a crappy ship. And you're basically trying to work your way up the ladder to have a larger and larger fleet with better and better ships that you customize yourself completely. Eventually, if you choose ascending to create your own colonies, settle your own worlds after surveying them and finding which ones might be able to support life, and you can start building your own fleets. Or if you don't want to do any of that, you can just be a smuggler who takes narcotics and organs and heavy weapons and arms rebellions on different planets and they give you lots of money, which everything revolves around buying or getting new ships. You might be a salvager who finds derelicts and salvages those. A big space sandbox with a big focus on combat. I think combat is the most fun part of the game, but the rest of the game supports it's not only a combat game, put it like that. I think without the combat, you have a much less fun game, but everything else in there gives you a breather from just constant fighting. So, Space Sandbox, there is a storyline and a campaign that you can do that's not finished yet in the vanilla game. I don't like doing campaigns and stories in my sandbox, so I use Nexerelin that just makes it more of a sandbox. Say sandbox again. I'm just used to times it wasn't a thing, so I used to suffer. It feels a little cheap now. I use them as well. Here's the thing. The reason why I think story points are a very excellent mechanic is because it challenges the player in how they want to use their resources. So if you're using a story point to escape getting caught like that, what you're not doing is using that story point to build S mods into your ships. So it's letting you decide how to invest your experience. So if you want to make your ships better and customize them further and do that aggressively, you can, but you won't have any story points for things like respecking, which you should just have, right? You can use a story point to respec and try different abilities. I don't think you should just be locked in for an entire campaign. You can use story points in different missions. You can use story points to escape situations that maybe normally you would either end your campaign or, let's be honest, most people would just reload their save. So it gives you an in-game, in-universe way to not reload your save. And it doesn't punish you, because if you use your story points to do any of those things, it gives you bonus XP toward leveling up. So you're encouraged to use those story points kind of aggressively because you get bonus experience that you now can earn faster to try and level up sooner. So it's cushion to prevent save scumming every single time something goes slightly bad. And gives you a new way to customize your ships, because you get a lot of story points, but you won't have enough story points to fully S-mod every ship in your fleet, especially until you've settled on your fleet composition. Because for me, like, I could put a bunch of S-mods in my ships, but I'm planning on replacing those ships anyways. So I think it's a fun way to allow the player to choose, okay, which of these ships do I really want long-term in my fleet? Or maybe you don't care about that and you just want to put S-mods on the things that help you right now, and that's fine too, but it gives you some decision space to be like, oh, do I want to keep this this carrier, or do I want to keep this frigate the whole game? Maybe I should go ahead and put some S mods in it. But you don't have enough story points to put them in every ship, so it doesn't feel OP. And if you use all of them to make your ship better, then you have none for the missions or the escapes or whatever else. So I think it's good for that, all of those reasons. Speaking of skill points, I must have leveled up recently because I have a skill point now. I always put points into industry and I can't stop. I just can't stop. Bonus fuel salvage. Honestly, reducing fuel consumption is one of the best in the game once your fleet starts getting really big. That and supply consumption. God, these, to me, I can't live without these once the fleet becomes so huge. but I might try putting points in a different thing, just to do something different. This is weapon damage, unlock advanced turret gyros, which I think I found. This is good if you do a lot of marine raiding. Coordinated maneuvers. I really do like coordinated maneuvers because I like nav raiding, because nav raiding is just increasing your combat speed up to a max of 20%, which is huge. Wolfpack tactics, if you want to try a run where you just have a bunch of frigates taking on the world. Max combat readiness. Max combat readiness is huge too. That one's really nice. Fighter uplink, if we really want to do like the fighter build. Like if I want to do a carrier build, then fighter uplink is going to be worth with carrier group. As far as just the base combat ones go, I don't know, I'm hesitant. Is combat readiness like morale? No, it's more like how good your ship is in combat and its crew. So right now, with a base of 70, which is where it starts, we have standard combat performance. But if it goes below that, then you're going to start to take penalties to speed, maneuverability, damage that you take, damage you deal, and fighter refit time. So it's basically like how effective is your crew at using the ship. So if you go above the base level, you start to get damage bonuses, you start to get speed bonuses, you start to get accuracy bonuses. But when it goes to 0, you start taking huge penalties and you start getting malfunction risks where things can go wrong on the ship during combat and start to engines stop working, weapons stop working, all that. So it decays over the course of combat after exhausting your peak performance. So peak performance is 360 seconds. So after that 360 seconds, it starts to steadily degrade throughout the fight. So if you're starting with an extra plus 15%, then even if you have a long fight, you're gonna stay readier longer as well. What's max level in Starsector? I forget. 15? Okay, so we're gonna get 15 skills total. Right? So like, let's say 1, 2, 3, 4. One of these two is going to be 5. Probably the repair demod one because it's OP. And then 6. Maybe 7, 8. Do you really get 15 levels? I don't remember having 15 different skills. I guess you can make some of them elite by putting another point into it. That's true. So you may not have 15 distinct skills if you make some elite. This is not the same soundtrack. There we go. All right, just to start with, maximum an 8 or less fighter bays in your fleet. Your fleet has 2 fighter bays. Effect increased by 1.5% times for ships with officers, including the flagship. Now, is that effect increased by 1.5 for all 4 of those buffs? I'm tempted to just take helmsmanship. I know that sounds stupid after deliberating everything else, but like if I have in my piloted ship maneuverability and top speed because I'm flying a carrier, I feel like I need that extra turn radius and extra speed. So I'm gonna lock that in. Because I just exploded. I just died in combat, potentially because of that. Where if I had a little more speed, I might have been able to back up a little faster. And I feel like if you're flying a carrier, then having that extra maneuverability is very, very important. Okay, so we're going in here, into the Ming Daddy system. And we are looking for this Tritachian base over here. Oh. The Hammerhead, though, with a phase ship. Why are you being so mean? Here's the thing. I need to get in here under the radar a little bit. I need to kind of... This is a difficult one to sneak in. I believe I'm being followed. I am being followed. Who is this? They want a piece? Yeah, Sunder and a Hammerhead? I don't think so, bro. I don't think so. Their emergency burn is gonna run out. Then I go dark. And I'm just gonna try and sneak my way back in. Repair demods is one of those skills that feels unbalanced because anytime you can take it, you should, which feels bad. That being said, I take it every time. Yeah, it's OP. It always has been OP. The other one that you can pick that rewards you for having demods is kind of a meme pick. It can be powerful, but it's just like for every 10 times somebody chooses, they might pick that one once just to do something different. Most people will pick the pristine. To be honest, there just needs to be like a different way to fix the demods. Maybe requiring you to spend a story point. That would be harsh, but that would actually make you think about it. Whereas right now, it's sort of like, why would you even think about it? You just click. That's just a corporate, these are just corporate traders, so they're not gonna intercept me. They're also under attack! Holy, that corporate trader just got blown up! This is dangerous, Tritachian. Do something! I'm just gonna sneak in while everyone's getting blown up. Oh, there they are. I was like, where did the heavy armaments go? I'm starting to panic a little bit. Oh, we just bought these for $400 a pop, and we're selling them for $12.24. That's 281,000 credit come up. I feel bad for destabilizing Tritachian, but you got to make the money. You know what I mean? You got to make. Listen, I'm gonna play both sides. I might be giving a ton of heavy armaments to the rebels on this desert world, and maybe I'm gonna give them a significant amount of supplies as well, you know, perhaps for 200 per. That's 400,000 credits. I don't feel like holding on to these transbotonics. I'm just gonna sell them. Ooh, the heavy machinery is worth a ton as well. More 30 is a, we might want to keep like 40. Okay. Anyway, I'm going to play both sides now that I've... Wait, did I just sell that to the open market? No, I sold it to the black market, right? I'm pretty sure I sold that to the black market. Then we go... They got a merc? What do you do, mercenary? Level 5? Egypt Duncan. That's like Idaho, but like way, way farther away. Field modulation, damage taken by shields, point defense, damage to fighters. They got ballistic and energy mastery and missile specialization. They can't decide. They just picked all three. I don't think I want this too spread thin. And they're reckless, so. Anyway, we're gonna go say hi to the base director, Hercules. Great name. And ask them if they want. I was right yesterday. I remembered correctly. They have 300% bounty value. Ask them if they want some gamma or some beta cores. See, you know, I might be funding the resistance, but I'm gonna get 240 grand for the beta cores. 300% bounty value. These are now 2 Tritachyon. These are worth 90k a piece. So that's 180k. And then 60k for the gamma cores. I'm rich. Our reputation has improved. Don't mention that we came from a ship that doesn't have a transponder turned on. Oh my god, they have a Tempest. I gotta... I always use the Tempest. I gotta stay away. For once. I'm just gonna leave. And get out. I made my money. We're at 702k from 0. Can you not follow me, corporate trader? I know you're not gonna do anything. But that doesn't mean I want you following me. That was a huge trade, man. Let's go say what's up to Mesa over here. Turn my transponder back on. Stay away from these shapes. Oof. Oof, the triple eradicators are just over here messing with everybody. Gained 84,000 XP from profitable trade. Got a story point. What's going on at Mesa Station? Fleets engaged in battle. As your fleet trades pings with local traffic control, your comms officer calls your attention. Sir, there's a message for you. It was stored in my comm network until our transponder code was registered. A man appears. The resolution is poor, the audio patchy. It appears he didn't pay for premium grade transmission caching. Yes, hello. I assume that icon means it's recording. He clears his throat, turning to fully face the imager. I am academician Cornelius Illich. He waits a moment to allow the name to sink in. You may have heard of my seminal work, a new survey of planetology on the fringe of the Persian sector, which achieved a new standard for the field, if I may say so, despite tepid reactions from certain of my narrow-minded colleagues. Now, as I was saying, he pauses a moment, probably to evoke gravitas. It is my desire this message finds you receptive, Captain. Illich glances down, reading from a datapad. Count Plowicki. It has been strongly emphasized to me by a patron of the sciences who has seen fit to fund my work that you are the perfect facilitator to the solution of an old mystery I found in the archives. He squints again at something on his datapad, then says under his breath, is that the cost per second? Stars above. He clears his throat again and speaks quickly. In summary, my patron offers a vast fortune in credits for services which I shall be pleased to enumerate in detail upon your visit to my office at the Galatia Academy, which may be found in orbit of... The message is cut off. He sounds like a pompous, out-of-touch academic, but if he's telling the truth about a vast fortune, it could be worthwhile to hear him out. I thought I skipped this with the, does this storyline still proc even in Nexerelin? Abyssal Space Oddity accepted. Italics, do you have a mod list of mods you used for this game, or do you play mostly vanilla? Yes, my mod list is in the title of the stream. Did you see Project Hail Mary? I have not. I have yapped about it a bit, though. I play both sides, so I always come out on top. Making sure I didn't miss any subs. Just the one, just Nexerelin. For me personally. What does the woo mod add? Excitement. A bit of whimsy. I think it should add, every time you have a successful battle, victory, it should add an NPC voice line that goes, woohoo! Every single time that you win. There probably is a voice pack where every single time you get like your ships get a kill, they go, kill confirmed. Or scratch another bogey, or something like that. You get a kill and some dude over comms comes in and goes like, another one bites the dust. I bet you that mod exists. I'm sitting on some new riches. 702,000. It's going to my head a little bit that we're this rich this fast. The funny thing is, like, the money will go really, really fast with the debt and a couple of purchases. I'm tempted to just buy this monitor. I do have a soft spot in my heart for the monitor. Every time I see one, I want it. Because it's just like an unkillable fortress shield companion. It's like having a pet in an MMO who just follows you around and then kills everything for you. Takes out fighters, takes out missiles, just the dual flak cannons on the side. I think I want it. I don't know if this is a good way to spend my funds, but I want it. The monitor is basically a point defense escort ship. And the other reason why this is so good is because we actually found an early hull mod for, I can't find it. Escort package. Cannot be installed on frigates. Damn, wait, hold on. I thought of the wrong one. Am I crazy? Has this always been banned from frigates? Never mind. I guess it's destroyer and above. I swear I used to put this on monitors. Maybe I'm losing it. Never mind. Scratch that. Are you thinking of integrated point defense AI? No, that's the one that just turns all your basic weapons into point defense. What's its normal peak operating time? 360? That's pretty good. Oh, yeah, let's get advanced turret gyros on there. That's gonna be huge. All right, let's do a couple experiments real quick, because this is a pretty fun. Got flux shunt, dissipate hard flux at 50% of the normal rate while your shields are on. That's huge. That is huge. The Tlaloc? No, this is gonna be the Fly Swanner. I may have named a monitor that before. It probably isn't the first time. So let's run it up against a carrier. Here's a strike carrier. Oh, I remember how to do the thing I was trying to do yesterday. I was asking chat, how do you disable manual control of your weapons? And the answer is, if you hit a number that is not a weapon group. So like I only have weapon group on number 1. So if I hit anything that's not 1, like a 5, it stops taking manual control and auto fire can kick in. That's what I was trying to figure out yesterday. But anyway, this is an anti-fighter, anti-missile machine. You better run. Uh-oh. Hey, okay, you're not allowed to do that while I'm venting. That's cheating. This is only a simulation. So it doesn't matter. is not real. I gotta use Fortress Shield more often. That's my issue. I don't usually pilot the monitor. Its special ability Fortress Shield is like insane. So that I didn't do a good sort of simulation. Let me try again. That one doesn't count. Also, what is the hotkey? Here's how you know that I am not ever using this feature, but a lot of people do. What's the button to hotkey autopilot is U. Now I'm not even controlling it. I'm not even hands off the keyboard. A lot of people do use U in order to autopilot because they don't believe in their own skill. Those flares, the broadsword flares are fooling this thing. Hello, Karma Chimera. Thank you for 500 bits. Hey, I am really sorry about being such a big jerk yesterday. I ended up watching your stream and it was really good. And if I watched you for a few minutes before chatting, I would have seen you weren't one of those edgy people I let get under my skin, and the discussion about not wanting to waste time picking stream titles actually helped me understand what was bothering me. So hang on. Is this the part where I go, that's so nice, thank you so much for the bits, and you go, psych, you're a loser, and I hated your stream and I'm never coming back, but I paid you $5 anyways. Is that, before I get overcommitted to this, are you gonna LMAO got him on me after this? I'm waiting. I'm waiting for the I'm pre-flinching. Thank you for the bits though, either way. Those are real. The bits are real. Just take the wholesome. But anyways, I am also sorry because I shit on you for too long after that. So I apologize also. All is well. So cynical, have you no faith in the humanity of Twitch chat? All right, so look at our little monitor go. Now let's look at our monitor go with a couple of Holmas. We are going to add advanced turret gyros now, and look at the difference. I'm doing some personal experiments here. So advanced turret gyros are what it sounds like on the tin. Each of our gun turrets are going to be able to potentially acquire targets like significantly faster. Was it 50% faster? Which can make a big difference when you're target tracking fighters and such. Look at it move. Oh, I don't know why you just shot that one out behind you. It's nice to be able to go into this little science experiment and watch these in a vacuum, you know, and just kind of see, no pun intended. Get him. The broadsword flares are really effective against this. So these flat cannons are built in. They cannot be changed. Oh, I don't have anything in the small turret. Ah. So we can actually be even stronger than we are right now. So I think the choice is between Swarmer SRMs if you want them to be anti-small craft specifically, or if you just want generic point defense. I think both are fine. The problem is, I guess, we don't have the S-mod bonus is damage to missiles and fighters by 25%. Is my first S-mod gonna be advanced turret gyros? Maybe. Missiles and fighter damage by 25% is pretty good. I know it's only 2 ordnance points, but I'm gonna do it, man. Lock it in. We're keeping this monitor for the whole game. Now I have 10 ordnance points, so I could throw on double light dual machine guns, or I can add something. I don't know what that something would be. Maybe none of these yet. All right, let's throw in dual machine guns. And then run that same simulation back. So we got 2 extra light point defense mounts, and we've got built-in gyros. You guys need better aiming, is the problem. It's hard to tell if that's making a huge difference or not, but more guns is better, I think. It's focusing on the missiles first, which is good, it makes sense, but then the flares. All right, I'm taking over. We need to get closer. Yeah, the flares are really rough. They're so fast. Oh, there's the piranhas? Yeah. Okay, well, I can't kill them, but they can't kill me. And you know what? That's a win in my book. Did we ever get another flak cannon? No, I just have the dual flak, which is not what I want. I think we're good here. Now what? I guess repair my ships. And I was gonna go on some, like, an explorative journey. Or, I guess I could have sold fuel to the other spot. I still have 148 supplies, so if I'm pretty confident that I can find some supplies out and about, then we can just go. I've got 1,700 cargo space, 1,000 fuels, pretty solid. So let me look at the exploration missions available. And there were a couple up here that I was interested in. Pirate, distress call, pirate. The first one might be gone. Okay, because I didn't accept it. So let's just take this one. A domain era probe, 50k reward. Take it and let's go. Who's following me? Fast picket pursuing your fleet. Neutrals? Oh, do I have suspicion from doing some black market deals? Did I do any black market deals? Whoa! Chat, stop fast forwarding. Stop holding shift. It's gonna get you killed or lose all your story points, okay? Slow down. I'm paying the going too fast tax. Accept the comm request. Submit and repent. Your use of sinful technologies may be forgiven for a tithe of 9,200 credits. Yes. Perhaps your soul's not yet lost to the machine. Lose 9,200 credits. The connection is cut before you have a chance to respond. They're a neutral posture. Okay, I paid the tax. That's better than a story point, in my opinion. But they are kind of guarding this jump point, like intercepting anybody coming from there to here. I got away. I'm okay. But I need to start paying more attention. Why is there a derelict sunder? 3D mods. Kind of bad. The sunder with degraded shields? Isn't that how it comes by default? Okay. So we are going back out to the fringe of unexplored space with a fuel tanker and a brand new Buffalo for some extra cargo storage. The hegemony and Sindrian dictum make peace with the Ludic Church and the Persian League. The ceasefire is now in effect. Oh, this is awkward. I got a emergency burn to get through the slipstream, otherwise the slipstream's gonna carry me all the way through to the other side. Burn a little extra fuel for fun. I'm ready to see the monitor dominate the battlefield. Yeah, that's exactly what it's gonna do. We're gonna keep that escorting our carrier so that maybe I have a slightly lower chance of dying. Though it might just hang back behind me like it sometimes wants to do. Okay, it's not this system, it's the other one. Be helpful if I turn sustained burn on. We're losing 24 fuel a day now, which seems high. Distress call. In the Epsilon Tempest system, where this is Alpha Tempest. Let's start on the edge over here. I've just been flying with my transponder on all this time, which is pretty funny. All right, there's some planets here that we can check out if we can find some supplies first. Nothing by this little spot. So I need to find some salvage before we start scanning planets. Ooh, there's our quest objective, if nothing else. I gotta go into the corona of the star to get there. 31,000 monthly expenses. Good gravy. All right, tap a button, wait for the package to finish, and we get 50 grand. And then on top of the 50 grand, we get to explore this domain era probe. It's got a Berserker assault drone guarding it. Should be handleable. The double hypervelocity is going to be obnoxious, though. If we just take out the weenies first, then we'll be okay. Okay, going in. So, monitor, you're with me. We lost some combat. We lost 1% combat readiness, which is okay. Drone tender, you're with me. Everybody else, be cool. Man, look how bright it is, because we're fighting like right next to the star. So we're just gonna try and like kind of hang back. If possible. The Lasher and the Omen should be really solid. The Hounds might be okay if they just, yeah, they just gotta win. Oh God. We might need some help here. Not again. Not again! Got him with the EMP on the nose. That's right. Attack the monitor because you're stupid AI. Actually, we should have the broadswords engage the smaller target. Guys, you gotta eliminate the target that you've almost killed. Like, he's basically dead. How are his engines still on? He did. Are these guys really EMP resistant or something? Because he just tanked 2 salamanders in the tailpipe. Look at the monitor, man. Monitor is intercepting us. Perfect. This is exactly where you should be, in between us and him. Perfect. And then the hounds are getting in here. The broadswords are back. The other laser drones doing their thing. I don't know why he wants to kill the monitor so bad. He could just turn. Okay, the drone ship, I'm sorry, the Shepherd might just fly accidentally in front of the guns and then die. Even though you could just stay a little to the left and be fine. Get him. Get him. That's right. Get him, boys. Broadsword's just there to be annoying along with our other little drone tender ships. Zap, 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 zap. I need a more aggressive pilot in the Omen. That's the issue. I need like an aggressive pilot. One aggressive at least. I do like aggressive pilots the most. Steady is more like cautious, in my opinion. All right, I think we made it out of there with no casualties. Few hits on the combat readiness, but otherwise okay. Level 5, I like it. And now we can go check the drone, or the probe rather. Contains full survey data for Epsilon Tempest 3, a tundra world some distance away from the center of the Epsilon Tempest star system. It is a Class 5 survey data, notable for being a habitable planet. Salvage crews say this is gonna be easy. All right, so break open the probe. Bunch of organics, that's it. Okay, and then quickly double tap the salvage, lose 3 heavy machinery, and then get out of the Corona, because the Corona is reducing combat readiness of all of our ships at a rapid pace. Not where we want to be. Do I have enough to survey this world? It'd be 55. Probably not worth. When I only have 200. Unless I go and find some more. 400 fuel a day enjoyer? Yeah, it's easy. All capital ships, all the time. This one's 35. I'm gonna pass on that because I don't want to run out of supplies so soon. Supply drain will go down once all the ships are at max combat readiness. I'm just looking for POIs. So far, a whole lot of nothing. Okay, well, I'm just gonna get out of here then. And be on my way. I was hoping there would be a little bit more. They said that there was something in Epsilon Tempest. The catch is that I believe that's where the warning was. The hazard. The beacon. I'm gonna pop in over here. Just see if we can come across anything cool while we're out and about. So, sometimes I have found things by flying around asteroid belts, and I'll occasionally find a mining station scattered around. But when you don't have, like, I only have 150 supplies right now, so I don't really want to go crazy with that. I like to get a little closer to the star, pop another scan. If nothing comes up, then I'm out. It'd be nice to find something. We're close enough to civilization where I'm not like, if none of these manifest any resources, then we'll still be okay. Nothing on scopes. Brutal. We're not really in full survey mode right now. All these systems are empty. Okay, I'm gonna check the star, and then I'm out again. 0. Oof. It's 3 dead systems in a row. Was this one called Mbambo? Mbambo? Mbambo. There we go, something at least. Even if I'll take a probe at this point. Sensor returns indicate unusually short-lived charged particles near the derelict. Density distribution in the internal structure has also changed from patterns extrapolated from your previous encounters with domain-era exploration vessels, as if internal masses have been removed or intentionally redistributed. The probe's memory banks are partially accessible and contain information pointing to the location of a domain-era survey ship, last seen by this probe inside an asteroid belt some distance away from Delta Curie. All right, we'll break this one open since it's here. Take a little gamma core. Wrong button. And then salvage it again, coming back for seconds. I didn't really look at the scope when I did the scan. That might be the only thing here too. So sad. Okay, where is the system that they just mentioned? Way out there. All right, we're not going over there. I might go peek into Epsilon Tempest. It might be too scary. About to find out. Out here on the fringe. This is the Tundra world. That we have Survey 5 data for. So I guess we'll go see if anybody's hanging out around there or if we can just take a peek. Hello? Anybody hiding inside of this magnetic field by chance? Seems okay. Epsilon Tempest 3 full survey data. Show me the data. It is habitable, cold, so that adds hazard rating. Extreme tectonic activity is more, it's still 175 hazard. Extreme weather, so some unfortunate rolls, but we have organics, moderate ore, abundant rare ore, and poor farmland. So there is some good and there's some bad. The abundant rare ore is probably the best aspect of it by far, because if for abundant rare ore you can deal with 175% habitability. It's just too bad about the other things. I'm hoping to find some other stuff here. Maybe we will, or maybe we'll find something we don't want to find. Nothing? Okay. Hello, Zeleon. How's it going? 25 months of sub. Thank you for another sub. Over 2 freaking years. Oh. Something just popped on scopes. Could be a fleet. So I'm gonna go dark. See what's going on. Debris field. Little salvage, perhaps? Survey Class 5 Terran World. A functional memory bank is in the salvage, containing a full survey data for Beta Weeper 1. A Terran World Beta Weeper? Located some distance away from the center of the Beta Weeper star system. The world is notable for being habitable. Okay. Class 5 Terran is pretty spicy. It's not that far. Like it, well, I mean it is, but it's not like on the edge or something like that. We kind of crossed over this already without even realizing it. We kind of just went straight through. Something near the jump point. This is only a hazard rating of 175, but also there's nothing there. It's just hot. Well, there might be something there. I'd have to do a survey. A barren, bombarded world. I'm actually interested in this, so I'm gonna go ahead and spend the supplies to go see if there's any ruins. Just some rich ore. Okay, what is near? Hello. Who do we have here? Unidentified fleets laying in wait. Yeah, I don't want to mess with those guys. Let's get out of there. They don't know we're here. We're just sneaking around, keeping a low sensor profile. These are some bad systems. What do I need to get? Oh, I need navigation. We need transverse jump. Oh, we need transverse jump, dude. Minus 30% terrain movement penalty from all applicable terrain. That one's good anyways. So that we can just move faster. +1 max burn level. Increases the burn bonus of the sustained burn ability by 1. That's all good. But mostly, we're going to get the ability to jump into a system through a nascent gravity well. So let's hotkey that immediately. And basically it lets me create my own jump points. But it'll consume some fuel and slightly reduce our combat readiness. So this is a great escape for when like jump points are being guarded by enemies. If you take that perk, put it on your hotbar, and after a few seconds, voila, we are back in hyperspace without having to go access a jump point. It's pretty sweet. I don't know if I should go check out that Terran world now or just go do something else. I'm kind of stuck because I'm 1 foot in exploring and 1 foot in trading, and I can't really fight very well right now. I was hoping to find some more supplies and fuel out here. I guess I go check out this one last little system. Also, there's about to be an ad that plays, so there's gonna be a 3-minute mid-roll. I'm gonna take a BRB, go get a drink, go get a snack while the ad is running, and I will be right back. Man, nothing. These systems suck. Oh, we got a neutron. Oh yeah, this is a neutron star. There is something over by the other jump point. Probably don't get into these beams here. My 19,000 monthly expenses, dude. Is somebody just guarding this jump point and getting blasted? No, it's a Legion class battle carrier. Huh. Well. Just floating through space. With only a single D-mod, erratic fuel injector. Sitting on 4 fighter bays. 2 large ballistic. That I did say I wanted to do a carrier run, and lo and behold, an assault battle carrier appears. It's just a little irradiated. It's still good. I always either find this or I find the meatball. Those are the 2 choices. I find them so often that I feel like the drop rate has to be a little too high. But then I'll get other people in chat who say that they never find these. So I don't know if it's, I guess it's just anecdotal experience. But this one's a good one with only a single D-mod. The fuel's annoying, but, you know, it's a capital ship. I find only this ship all the time. Yeah, it's not a 14th battle group, but it's still a lot. Okay. Obviously, I'm going to recover it and put it in the fleet. However, we are immediately going to mothball that and just... It's going to cost a lot of fuel, so we're going to need to go home, like, immediately. Yeah, the 14s are guaranteed spawns, which I personally think is dumb. And there shouldn't be any guaranteed spawns. X4 has the same problem, except worse. At least in Starsector, they're randomly spread across the map. Whereas X4 is like, oh, you started a new game? Well, if you go here and here and here, you can get 3 awesome ships for free at the start of each campaign, and then build your fleet that way. It annoys the heck out of me. Also, the ad's in progress. BRB. Yo. All right. Thanks for waiting. We're back. So I think if I find any 14th battle group, I'm just gonna scrap them. This is legitimate salvage, I think. This is just a regular old Legion. I was kind of wanting to do like a low to midline tech run anyways, and I also wanted to do carrier. So this really fits the bill of exactly what I wanted. I love the monitor's text blurb. The monitor's result of a line of thought that sometimes the best defense is the best defense. The monitor makes up for lack of maneuverability and firepower with the ability to withstand prolonged bombardment from enemy ordnance. Sage wisdom, yeah it is. All right. Well, now I gotta pay for fuel for this big dog. Let's do another, pop another scan. I wasn't expecting to find that here, that's for sure. Scan! Gib-digi? Gib-digi. The worst part about neutron stars is just waiting for them to turn, man. I guess I could go through them, but I don't feel like... burning. Where's the asteroid field out here? Oh. Ping in the asteroid field randomly? See, I'm not that thorough in the asteroid field systems. When maybe I should be. Never mind, it's a Dram class tanker. I did talk about yesterday finding a Dram randomly. I don't think I would spend a story point to get it. Never mind. Kill it. Okay, I think I'm gonna leave now. Did we look over on this side? Maybe not. Now I'm gonna leave. Hit the transverse jump and let's get out of here. Okay. So, what do I do now? Go back to civilized space? We didn't really find much out here. Go back to civilized. I need to find somewhere to plop down the old capital ship for safekeeping. I think if we started in Libertas, right? Let's go back to Libertas. Go check on the pirate situation there for some money making. Chad, if you were the developer of Starsector, how would you incentivize the player to not play the black market as much and not just make billions on basically destabilizing the economy of all settled space? I understand that the penalty is supposed to be that the more you do on the black market, the more long-term damage that you're doing, but I don't think any of our campaigns ever last long enough to meaningfully be impacted by any of those long-term changes. Maybe increase the rep gain for legit trades. True. I just made 200K within my first 20 minutes. The black market is dangerously addictive. Yeah, like I like playing most of my other games by the book and trying to do like good boy runs, but I find zero incentive in Starsector. It's making your life 10 times harder for no actual gain. Some form of currency barrier. A space casino. Well, that could just be added regardless. The reputation penalties need to be a lot higher. I don't really like reputation penalties as a deterrent. And the reason why is because it doesn't make any sense how, if they don't know that I'm trading, because I'm on the black market and my transponder's off, how am I getting rep penalties? I think, like in a sandbox game, instead of saying, no, don't do that, there's penalties, make the other options more appealing. You can still tweak stuff like turning the... I actually think one way to do it is more aggressively scaling the dynamic price of products. What I mean is, let's say, like I did a trade today, just an hour ago, where I bought 257 heavy weapons from one black market and sold it to another one for like a few $100K. Okay? But when I'm buying all of those things, there's a little bit of a dynamic pricing. So I'll just show you, right? This would be easier with a visual example than sitting here trying to explain it. So like, let's say we go back up to Gasoin. Let me be careful because there's a lot of strange activity. Okay. Gasoin is a great target for us to do smuggling because we got the asteroid field here. We go dark. There's some dudes preparing for patrol duty right there, so hold on. I'm being tracked by local hegemony patrol. Did I go dark? Yeah, I did. They just see me. And their sensors are crazy, though. Or I'm not doing a good job of showing an example, am I? Give me a sec. Catch me if you can, nerds. Flying around, avoiding system authorities. Oh, there's a mining fleet here. I'm not coming for you guys, don't worry. Okay, let's slow down so our signal goes down as well. I assume our signal is freaking huge because of our fleet comp right now. Question is, are they still hanging out? Oh, they're fighting like some privateers. Holy mercantile, there's a fast picket right there. Oh, that's what I need to do. I need to go to this abandoned station. I'm just gonna turn my transponder on so I can show you what I'm talking about. Okay, so look at this. So let's say you're buying and selling, you're doing trading. And let's say that you got some cheap heavy machinery here, whether it's on the black market or not, doesn't matter. When I start buying any item, it tells me a unit price right here. 143 credits is how much I have to pay per unit. So in theory, the more of these I start buying, the more that unit price should go up. However, with the way the game works right now, it's not scaling aggressively enough. So we're at 150 credits, 152, 158. I've bought all of them, every single one to 0, and the unit price has only gone up 15 credits, right? But if you're buying 100% of a product from a place, why is your demand not impacting their price? That's, I think, the biggest hang-up, where you can go in and basically empty out markets for no penalty at all. You can buy 100% of every product. You could buy 100% of their drugs, their organs, their heavy machinery, their supplies. Like if I buy 3,000 supplies, it starts out at 87, and it only becomes 97 by the end. There's like supply and demand is an aspect of this game, but I don't think that it's aggressive enough when you're the one like buying out 100%. That should be driving up the final scaling units should become exorbitant because of how much demand is going up. Because I think that's what makes trading so easy. The reason trading is so easy is because you can go somewhere and be like, boom, 74 credits a unit. That's a great deal. I'll buy all of them. You know what I mean? And if you're buying all of them, I'm still only paying 97 credits at the end of this, and I can go turn it around and sell 3,000 of them for 191 credits, and that price won't come down very much, even if I start filling all that demand. So I think, because right now, like, I could basically just turn around and make this, if this cost me 306,000, I could basically turn that 306,000 into a free 300 or 400K in a single transaction if I have cargo space for it, with 3 clicks of a button. But that's just my gut reaction right now. Anywho, let's go drop off our ship first before we mess with any of this. So I noticed that this just happened to be our spawn system in this Nexerelin campaign. And in our home system, there's an abandoned station here. And we can use that abandoned station as a little hideaway for some of our goodies right there. An abandoned orbital mining platform built to anchor a skyhook, which would be employed to efficiently extract resources from the planet's surface. So nobody's using this anymore, so we just go and inspect the docks and just drop off a little friend right here. Boop. And now we can have our Legion class assault battle carrier just hanging out for when we're ready. And then on top of that, we have some regular storage space, so I can just drop the large weapons that we currently have no use for. And if we acquire a ship that may need them, I can come back and kind of take a little look. Use this as our kind of mobile base of outfitting operations. Probably worth keeping a handful of the most common things, such as a couple dual autocannons, maybe a swarmer, a couple light dual machine guns, a couple sabos, a couple harpoons, maybe like 4 Vulcans, and then leave the rest. I'm not selling this Class 5 survey data to anybody. I might sell the Class 1 and 2. Maybe the best solution would be to make the game a shared universe. It's easy. Just tell Alex, the developer, Sectos, to make this an MMO. That would be the best solution to all of the game's problems. I think that could come out in a very quick hot fix for the game, probably. So this is what, 50 credit profit per organic times 1,600 or 1,500. That would not be as much money as I want. Okay, just leave those there then. Okay, now that I have dropped off... Actually, while I'm here, let me look at their ships. It's Sun Wukong. What are you selling? Nothing that I can use. Nothing that I can use. Okay. You guys have any pilots? They do. Tanner. What do you do, Tanner? Ballistic mastery and ordnance expertise. Reckless level 2. End conversation. Goodbye. Thank you for your application. I'm coming back. Oop. Going dark. This has actually become a little bit more of a hot zone. There's more rogue fleets around here. It's right next to the jump point. That's what makes it kind of spicy. They're preparing for patrol. Is it possible for me... Ooh. This detachment preparing for patrol duty is kind of the problem here. Okay, they're leaving. There could be someone in this magnetic field also. We can just touch from right there. All right, what are you guys selling? Ooh, a Grendel. Just random Grendel here. Random Hyperion also. What is going on in this black market? Pristine Hyperion advanced gunship. Hyperions are interesting. I don't think I want to buy any of these. The reason why I'm here is kind of just to check the market. Because they've got cheap supplies, so I will be buying these. Who cares about destabilizing all these factions? I'm going to make my own glorious faction. I want them to be destabilized. Ooh, they have cheap fuel too. Don't mind if I do. Crew is still looking good, but I wouldn't mind having a few extra. Reasonably priced heavy machinery, but I'd have to take it pretty far for a profit. Reasonably priced heavy armaments. The heavy armaments trade is always pretty delicious. Not so easy money now. This market and Yang have stabilized. Like, I can't just take it 10 feet. I just got to do that at the start of the campaign because the markets hadn't equalized yet. But yeah, Yang looks like it's not really on the lists anymore, or at least it's lower on the list. And the prices here are more expensive. Okay. Well, maybe we just buy the heavy armaments. And then take a little trip. I don't know if I want to go to Gingolks. But selling the Sindri and Dikta sounds good. Gingolks is a little far away. Chat for the game, what's the most fun, exploring, fighting, or trading? Fighting is definitely like the combat is the most fun overall, and I don't think it's close. It's just exploring and trading are good mechanics that support that gameplay loop. But I think if you took trading out, you'd still have a game here. If you took exploration out, you'd still have a game here. If you took combat out, you wouldn't have a game here anymore. For me. All the other things kind of facilitate the combat. All right, I'm gonna travel to Korik. 6.5 southwest. Right there. Was it Zipar? I think it was Zipar. All right, dude, I love transverse jump because I can just sit here. Oh wait, I guess you do reveal yourself. Oh, he interdicted me? What a bastard. Never mind. I'm going over here. Taking my toys and going over here. My past obligation is 13 grand a month. Bye. Late game fights can be frustrating since it feels like the AI always gets a huge supply bonus versus you. Late game fights can just be kind of frustrating because they get so large that they're overwhelming. And you look at it and you go, logistically, I don't even know how to tackle this, you know? It just becomes like a tug of war, push and pull little nightmare. This is not an easy station to sneak into. Now they sell heavy armaments on the open market, so like I could just buy them here. Tritakian have a few less scruples. They sell recreational drugs and harvested organs in heavy armaments just on the open market like it's nothing. Oh wait, he might have seen me. I'm going in. But if I can help it, I'd rather buy off of... Actually, a double dip and buy off of both markets. That'd be best. We're going to Capra, aren't we? Yeah, we can. Yeah, we're going to Capra. Someone filled the other heavy armament order, so I might be a little late because it's taking me a while to get a hold of these. But if we're going to Capra anyways, then just... Hold on. I don't know how many they're selling on the other market. Just gonna buy like 250. And I'm just gonna appear and be like, hello, it's me, my transponder is on. It was on the whole time, I don't know what you're talking about. And then just buy whatever I can fit in the ship here. 504. It's fine. Good trade, gentlemen. And now I will be on my way. Don't worry about how I just appeared on your scopes. What's up, Durf on Turf? Hello, Azure Dragon. Thank you for 33 months. Appreciate the sub. We're doing a little trading right now to make some money, and then we're gonna go back out and try and do some combat and do some exploration. Or I might get intercepted. No, we're okay. We kind of started with some exploration. I got my ass kicked at the beginning of this this stream. I lost half my fleet. Soups also for 77 months. What's up, Soups? Salvage expedition. Ooh. Ooh. Pirates. They're like, hey, we're gonna salvage you. I don't think so. I'm gonna sneak in here on the fringe. Maintain contact with your fleet, raiding the system. That's not cool, man. Galatia Academy's here. I went in the wrong way, to be honest. They are harassing. Honestly, can we beat this fleet? Do we just win against this? Or are all the Luddic overdriven bastards gonna overwhelm us? I think we win. Wait, what? How are you? You're not pursuing my fleet if you're going that way, brother. I think we have different definitions of pursuing a fleet. If I get wiped, then it's been a pleasure. But thanks both Soups and Azure Dragon for the subs. A hound with a flame out. Oh, the big boy's going for the hounds over here. Where do I want to be? Definitely can just eliminate the drone tender, right? Like, that is a piece of cake. And then I would say engage the other hound if possible. Get them, boys. Get them. Hey, monitor, what if you got in front of me instead of behind me, yeah? Okay, let's take shields down to replace some flux. Get a cheeky little vent in here. One hound dead. Okay, we're gonna have you retreat from combat. And then let's get some engagement going on the rest of the way. I don't think my hound is gonna make it. Oh well, it's a hound. What are you gonna do? It's time to replace the hounds. Like, I'm kind of tired of them, to be honest. I'm trying to give some support over here. You thought you were gonna sneak a little torpedo on me? Oh, you're missing some engines, my friend. I wonder who hit them. He lived for a while for just a single lasher, I gotta say. Now we have to go help over here on the left side. So I don't get my speed boost unless I'm on the regroup section of this. But yeah, we need to replace the hounds. They're a little dated. They're okay. Honestly, hounds are pretty good if you have a pilot in them. I think that's the issue, is I just haven't put a pilot in them. They can dodge and make a little bit smarter decisions. Let's have a little spectator of what's going on over here. We're getting warmer. With our powers combined. Everyone together now. What's the max range for broadswords? I don't know, I'm just gonna send them in. Just to harass. He's hitting them with the flak mines. Okay, I need my other frigates to get in there and be a little more aggressive, or else we're never gonna kill this dude. This steady pilot is just garbage. This Omen pilot is trash. There's nothing steady about it. He just runs away. He could face tank, no problem, for a minute. And get some zaps in. He's not doing shit. Look at him. He's like hiding in the corner. You need an aggressive Omen pilot, or else what? Or else just like do nothing. He kind of murked all my fighters, unfortunately. All right, guys. Someone's gonna have to just dive on him. Omen, kill. I don't know how to do this. I wish you could set a different order per ship. Maybe the answer is just change it to an eliminate order. Have everyone dive at the same time. Or maybe I'm gonna get the Omen killed. I believe. Get in there, monitor. Hit him with the flak, brothers. Man, he is wiping out my my poor fighters. Hello? What are we saving all these breachers for? Why do you still have full missile racks? Or am I missing something? You saving those for the post-credit scene after the battle? There's only one enemy left. I'm about to like hop in actually. Hold on. I'm gonna send my command ship over. We still have 12 breacher SRMs. What? Shoot them! I don't understand what's the problem. I've always found the AI to be bad with most of the missiles. Rip one hound. Wait, did I lose a... Oh, these are their ships. That scared me. I kind of need this right now. 10 of our crew died. That's okay. We have replacements for them. Got some story points. This is not who I really want to fight right now. Holy Chad, how do I get out of this one? You just jump into a star, it's that easy. Order a jump directly into the star. They'll never expect it, Captain. Have you ever played Nebulous Fleet Command? I have. Unfortunately, Nebulous Fleet Command is kind of a... There's not really a nice way to say it. It's a really cool design of a game, but it's almost more of a... How do I say? Something you play once and enjoy the novelty, and there's not really any reason to go back after you've played it once, unless you really like multiplayer versus. It's a skirmish game. It'd be like if Nebulous Fleet Command is like if Starsector only had the main menu scenario battles, and that was the entire game. You'd be like, okay, this is kind of neat, but I don't have any threads connecting anything. Okay, I'm gonna fix my ships. And I'm just gonna go dark right next to the station, which honestly shouldn't work. I think that would be another thing I would change, is make it where each station sort of has sensors. And they might have like 3 tiers of sensors, like high, medium, or low. And it would just make it a little more annoying for black market trades, where if they have like high sensors, you can't just turn off your transponder in their sensor range and then visit the black market. It's too easy. I feel like that would annoy some people, but it would make me happier. All right, well, we didn't get here before. No, we still did get here. It's just their demand is lower now. So I'm kind of crashing the market. I could keep some of these too. Kind of got distracted when they had the 1200 price tag on them. I could just save them. We don't have to sell all of them now. We could, but then I'm taking up storage space. Their demand, yeah, the traders must have come here because their supply demand is also low now. What music is this? Still endless space, it's just quiet. Okay. Well, this is unfortunate. Shouldn't have gone chasing that fight. Because now I'm stuck with a cargo hold full of garbage. What are you guys selling? Nothing. The Luddic Path with an 80,000 reward. Maybe I should just go investigate that Terran world. I mean, I can see it right now. It says bountiful farmland, abundant rare ore, moderate ore, plentiful organics, high gravity, but it's habitable, so it's got 125% rating. That's pretty solid. Bountiful with abundant rare and plentiful organics. It's a lot of mining. I'd be hard pressed to find, honestly, a better world than that. It just got dropped in my lap. Beta Weeper. Just shortcutted me to finding like one of the better habitable worlds. And like inside of this system. Is it the okay, so the downside is it's the only planet in the whole system? Possibly? Accessibility might be a problem with that location. What does that mean? Accessibility is a problem with every location. You're never gonna just magically find Terran worlds and the systems right next to known space. You could search every system on the map and you could probably count the number of Terran worlds you find on one hand. You just take what you get. Trying to figure out what to do now, because I just need more ships and I would like to try salvaging them. So our options are basically go into random space and hopefully we come across even more ships, or go find some like battlefields where some warring factions are chilling and try and like pick up their scraps, which we haven't really done. Let me see who's even at war right now. Tritakian is at war with everyone. Hegemony, Persian League, Sindri, and Dikta, all at war with Tritakian at the same time. And the Luddic, yeah, both Luddic and the pirates. Oh my goodness. So if you just find some... like the Tritakian space right around us. The problem is I don't want Tritakian ships, and that's what I'm going to end up finding the most, probably. I think exploration is my favorite, so why don't we just go explore? Tritakian always dies without fail in every next run for me, even with randomized relations. They kind of are cursed. I guess I will explore the systems right around the core worlds. Start with those. Why not? I got 900 or so, Okay, what are we doing here, guys? The Luddic Church. Running with your transponder off is against the law. I don't even know. What am I carrying that's illegal? Heavy weapons? Are heavy weapons illegal for the Luddic Church? I'm gonna allow the scan. Do I have an I do have an AI core. Do I have an A? Damn, I do have an AI core. But I also have a couple hounds. Don't hounds have like shielded cargo? To protect the scans? Isn't it just a gamma core? I'm gonna allow the scan. You wait for it to finish. After a brief wait, no contraband or suspicious cargo found. If I catch you running off again, you won't get off so easily. Don't tell them about my gamma core. Hounds actually doing something by hiding our cargo? Okay. Wow, this is some busy space. I don't normally see this much activity in my Nexerelin spawns. Who is this? Looking for a Sindrian Dikta trader. Hostile fleet. Sighted nearby. Okay, well, let's go see what's going on. Poke around a little bit. Hounds have shooter cargo holds and the formula. See, here's the problem. I don't want to know about any formulas. I don't want to peek behind the curtain. I don't want to know numbers or pro tips. I want to be able to suspend my disbelief in the game without having my brain ruined by knowledge. Who's here? Who is this? Are they dormant? Why do they have an exclamation? Oh, it's a bounty. Okay, this is why I saved. I thought this was like a quest or something. Technically, it is a quest. It's just a bounty. I wish exclamations wouldn't come up on fleets unless you accept the bounty. I thought it was gonna be like something cool, not something lame. How much is this bounty even paying? You know what this map needs? A big "You are here" button. Is this me? What is this? This is where I am? Okay. What bounty is here? Show the fuel range, and it's easy. How do you show fuel range from this screen? In the top left. Oh, they moved it up here? It's easy, huh? Where am I? On the regular map, it's at the bottom left. I didn't know they moved it up to the top left. You're inside the orange circle. Thank you. Thank you, yeah. I don't even see a bounty here. I guess it's this, 180K. Wadget Dixon, 180K. I'm gonna say there's nothing in this system. Treasure hunting is often thankless job. No loot to be found. In so many did you guys know the majority of space is empty and doesn't even have treasure in it? Is this fake? No, it's real. I'm gonna need everyone to chill out here and stop interdicting. Ooh. Fancy star system. It's still got nothing. Okay, just turn around and go back. Bye. We're doing a little tour. Rare Starfield W for realism. I see what you did there. Catching strays. Oh, we got planet data. Gigaplanets. I guess I'm gonna survey them. I don't know. Depends on how much it costs. I feel like you just don't get very much money for survey data. So just, if you don't plan on ever settling it, then it's kind of worthless to survey it. Class 1 survey data. Don't worry, this system's not going to be empty copium. Looks pretty empty. The problem is, completionists like me, I can't just scan the things that are worth scanning. If I start scanning, I have to scan everything. Because I can't stand possibly coming back later and being like 3 of 8 worlds scanned. You know what I mean? Like it's gotta... It's gotta be finished. Has anybody ever scanned every single system in their game of Starsector? Like 100% top to bottom completionist? I'll fight a bot armada if I have to finish scanning a system. Man, I'm struggling right now. I like exploring the most more than combat. See, I like to explore a lot, but only if I get cool stuff. Otherwise, I'm just like, wake me up when there's a ping on the radar, man. Holy, nothing here. Okay, let's go to these unsurveyed. Exploration for exploration's sake was more fun before I had seen every permutation of a system's spawn type, you know what I mean? Like the first time you come across a neutron star or like a trinary star system or something, it's like, whoa, that's really cool, or like a black hole. Those are all really cool. But then at a certain point, I'm just doing it for the loot. Time to waste some resources on the gas giant. 85. Oh, we don't have enough crew. Never mind. No, one of them's not surveyable. It's unfinished. Found some ultra-rich rare ore, which can be useful in a vacuum. I play this mod too, but with some additional mods, so I don't see the systems as empty as this. I think you have to have some empty systems in order for the ones that are juiced to feel rewarding. If they're all packed, then it stops being interesting. All right, well, where am I going? I don't know, man. I guess just keep looking. You'll eventually find something. Maybe I spent all my luck finding that battle carrier. Whoa! Giga salvage fleet right there. If that had been an enemy, I'd be dead. Yep. Okay, they want a piece. I'm gonna have to just go dark, turn back around. Baited. Also, ad starting soon because it's been 3 hours. So turn your volume down, ad watchers. Okay, I can't be affording all these surveys. Look at this, boom, boom, boom. Look at this line of planets. It's interesting. I don't think I've seen a spawn quite like that. All in a neat little row. Sometimes it's worth checking out these random little fields. Not this time, though. Okay. I'm just choosing to believe that the core worlds that are unsurveyed have just been headcanon. They've been tapped for resources long ago. And whoever surveyed them just never made the survey data publicly available, and they tapped everything that was in there. And that's why I can't find anything. That's my headcanon. I'll be right back real quick. While the ad's going, quick bathroom beer brief. Okay. So here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna kind of like poke around. Where am I? We're gonna poke around. If this system is empty, I'm just gonna stop going to random systems that are near the core worlds, and we're just gonna take an exploration mission where we at least know we're gonna get paid a little bit of money and find at least one thing. This whole system. I'm losing 20K a month. All right, I'm out. What do we got? We need to go back to civilized space just to get an update on what kind of missions they've got. Delivering recreational drugs and harvested organs. Survey Tundra World for the Independence. Is that the only exploration there is? If that's all there is, then that's all there is. My problem is I need to buy some fuel. Ooh, did they settle this? Sindri and Dicta have created Sicily. Level 3. They're expanding. I don't remember asking a question, RNGs. I was merely making an observation.
Lost of the lost, and the dust now rotten. Drifters wrinkled, dead moon. As the endless grew its powers in a dust hole.
Okay, 5 light years. This is a spicy spot. This is the song I need right now. You guys have this under control? Cheap fuel? Let's fill up. Pretty cheap supplies. We have 500. I'd like to say that's enough. You know what else I think? Lots of things. If I could go in and hack up the game right now, I would delete the perk that automatically repairs demods. Okay, just remove it from the game. Secondly, I would make it so that the open market never has pristine ships. And then thirdly, I would make a in-between tier, in between open market and military, where with some faction rep, you get access to that middle market that does sell pristine ships to encourage you to actually get rep. Never once have I been tempted to try to get rep with a faction to get the military options, because the open market is so good, and if not that, then the black market. Which the black market should almost always have. The black market should always have demodded ships as well, except if you actually get faction rep with the pirates, same thing, you can get the good stuff. Because this is crazy. All right, we need to leave. Goodbye. Did I accept the mission to survey? No. I accept. 200 crew, 40 heavy machinery. Okay, good. So let's head on out and go on a little exploration mission to survey a planet. And hopefully we'll, if we don't find anything, at least they get paid. But hopefully there'll be some stuff out there too. A mid-tier licensed ship dealer. Just a reason to try to encourage you to like get rep with a particular faction. Personally, I don't feel like rep rewards are ever tempting. Like, what else do you get besides access to their military shop? Oh, that's an idea that I've had before. I remember saying this one before. If they had like shop taxes tied to your rep level. So like, obviously this would go hand in hand with making the black market a little more difficult to just free trade with. But a perk of gaining rep with a faction should be that when you have no rep, you pay the most taxes, and when you have max rep, you pay none or the least amount of taxes. And they possibly also limit the options that you're able to buy. Kind of like how you can't go to Target and buy every pack of Pokemon cards. They're like 2 per person or 1 per person. So when you have no reputation with them, they kind of limit how much you can buy from them. But if you get rep with that faction, they open up the stores and the stockpiles to you. But then if you nerf that, you gotta buff other ways to get money early game, because trading is the best. There is a spooky fleet on the other side of this gate. Ooh. Redacted. Patrolling. I'm going dark. I gotta hide or I'm dead. It's almost like they know where I am. They don't know where I am, but it's almost like they know where I am. I think I went into the wrong system. Whoops. Hey, what's up, Admiral? Thank you for the raid. What's up, Alex Sands? Adion? How's it going, gamers? playing a little casual Starsector. Playing a little Nexerelin. Were you guys doing some Starsector also? I'm assuming that, given the hand over your cores chat message. I am a non-meta gamer. So if you are here from Starsector, prepare for suboptimal gameplay. Prepare for doing things just because. What are we doing here? Heavily guarding a nice little orbital habitat. I'm also the kind of person who does not like knowing what metas are, so people who try and be like, did you know that actually they end up getting timed out. Thanks for the raid. What's up, gamers? However, my history with Starsector goes way back. I have played it off and on since it was known as Starfarer, where I covered it on YouTube. Back in... Let's see. My first YouTube video on it, I want to say was 2012. Yeah, May 2012. So now I am old. I'm 13 years older. Almost 14 years older now. Been a long time. But at the moment, we're pretty early in a campaign. We just have a awful fleet that I'm trying to cobble together. I'm playing Nexerelin with no central shop. I don't like the central shop. And I like cobbling together a fleet. I try to do mostly salvage, but I've had to buy more ships than I wanted to this time. So I'm sitting on a bunch of money because we're playing Spacer Start, and I've got crippling debt. So I began with a non-combat shuttle and had to do a little bit of trading to get on my feet. So we're kind of on our feet now. We're doing all right. My hounds keep dying, but hey, that's just... I'm pretty sure that's just how you're supposed to pilot a hound. If your hound's not exploding, you're doing something wrong. So I'm currently... My flagship is this Gemini, which I'm tempted to just swap. I had this commander in my Omen, but he's been doing an awful job. Steady is not a good personality for an Omen, I've found. So I think I'm actually just gonna throw him inside of one of the hounds, even though I think I'd rather have an aggressive pilot. I can change it. I can retrain you. I can make you more aggressive. I don't know if I want to keep him yet, so I'm saving my story points. I think I'm gonna go ahead and mentor my other level 1 pilots so I can have a little more control over what skills they take. So yeah, let's go ahead and mentor you. I'm gonna make you aggressive. Take this officer under your wing, provide guidance, and help them develop some professional skills, double the rate of their XP gain, and gives more skills to choose from when they level up. I think it's always worth using story points on pilots if you're planning on keeping them and training them. So let's actually put... I could probably put her. Missile spec is not good for either of these ships, let's be honest. Perhaps in the Lasher, though. And then if I retrain the other dude, he's got helmsmanship, okay, combat endurance, peak operating time is nice, damage to big ships, energy weapon mastery is fine, flux dissipation. He kind of found him like this. He's also got a elite flux generated by energy weapons. I'm gonna retrain you. to aggressive. When below 100% hull, repair 0.5% per second. Helmsmanship is top speed. Target analysis is damage to frigates, destroyers, and weapons and engines. Chat, which of these would you make elite? Do they still update this game? Yeah, they updated, big update last year, and there's going to be like a balance patch coming out sometime this year. I'm kind of a fan of either the top speed boost of helmsmanship or target analysis. Doubling damage to weapons and engines. Kind of a fan of both of those. But which one? Okay, so we undo that. I'm gonna say helmsmanship. Get the top speed, especially with an aggressive pilot, so they can get in and out of combat faster. I don't know, we'll see. So they're both aggressive now. So we're gonna put him back in with his retraining complete and see if that helps things or not. I wonder how close I could actually sneak in here. Hello? I will find a gap in your defenses. Or not. Maybe not. All right, I'm gonna peace out for now. These remnant will destroy me. Something out here though. I'm just gonna try and stay stealthy and just investigate because there's some interesting bits in this system. But I gotta be a little fast because we have a time limit on our mission. Weapon cache. Potential military salvage. Longbow wing blueprint. Another Cerisa wing blueprint. That makes 2. A Mjolnir cannon blueprint and a Cyclone Reaper blueprint. So these are blueprints for if we ever colonize some worlds and get some shipbuilders, we can customize what kind of ships are coming out of those. Thunder LPC. That gives me a different option. LPC is basically, for us, it's a chip that lets me choose what types of fighters our carriers can produce. So right now I'm using a broadsword because that was what was available. Thunder heavy interceptors. I'm allergic to thunder heavy interceptors. As the name implies, these are good anti-fighter fighters that have Swarmer SRM launchers built in. Some little dual machine guns. I like Thunders. I think they're pretty cool. Might even go ahead and plug them in, to be honest. They got ion cannons as well. Yeah. They don't have any flares. That's the only downside. Broadswords have decoy flares, whereas Thunders are going to get shredded by point defense more often. So that can be an issue. But we can try them out since we have 2 ordnance points left over. I'm going to do a little ping. Hopefully not alert anyone to my presence, but maybe. Then go dark and head into the asteroid field in case anybody comes knocking. Exactly. Shh. They don't need to know. Another weapon cache here. This time a dual flat cannon blueprint and a Kopesh LPC with Annihilator rocket pods. Oh, there's 3 fleets over here looking for me right now. So it's a bit dangerous to keep pinging because I'm going to keep drawing them further toward me. I'm far enough away where I can get away with it. I need to kind of check the star and then leave. Ooh. Hello, mining station. An abandoned mining station, once a source of wealth and industry to feed the worlds and works of humanity. A cursory scan indicates it's been cold and dead for tens of cycles. The station's memory banks are partially accessible and have information indicating a derelict ship is located some distance away from Beta Despair's star system. The vessel is likely to be at least cruiser size. Ooh, a cruiser. I would love to salvage a cruiser. Slot machine of ore. Holy. I don't have room for all that, unfortunately. I don't think I've ever seen the number go this high. I could hit a button to make it stop, but I'm sort of just like... wait, assuming... surely it's gotta be close to done. I don't think I've ever seen a salvage with this much raw ore in it. Okay, 30K. And then a resistant flux mod spec. Decrease the amount of EMP damage taken from weapons. An automated repair unit. Bring back disabled weapons and engines 50% faster. Unfortunately, ore is not worth very much money. In bulk, it can be. But, you know, I don't even really want to put it in the cargo hold because it's... I'd have to sell... I only have room for 700. There's 30,000 there. So... I can put the pods in a stable orbit. That costs 152. Whew, never mind. Let them go into the sun. We'll salvage more from this place. Here comes another stack. Or a hyper shunt tap worth 300,000 credits. That's a much better price. A miniaturized wormhole interface, which can be activated to tap a nearby coronal hyper shunt, providing a colony with virtually unlimited power. Operation requires industrial quantities of transplutonics, which are at first used to open the wormhole, and then, once the power drawn becomes self-sustaining, is consumed in a complicated ablative process which maintains wormhole stability. Any interruption in supply requires a full tap shutdown. Increases the maximum number of industries at a colony by 1 when demand for 10 units of transplutonics is fully met. So you can have an extra industry, which is pretty cool. But you need a coronal hypershunt within 10 light years, which is tough. Either way, it's highly valuable. And that's why you always double tap. D4 added fishing and I was unaware. Yes. Diablo 4 added fishing And if you haven't already, Illard, open up the page for fishing challenges and just scroll down. Because when I first saw it, I was like, ooh, they added fishing. It's basically like, if you've done fishing in, say, most other games, but specifically Hades, it's a lot like Hades fishing. You just cast it in, wait for something to bobble, pick it up, and it's as simple as that. However, what makes it addicting is, like in Hades, I guess it's a bit different from Hades in that in Hades, you can only fish when there is a fishing spot open, whereas in this, of course, you can fish whenever you want. But what makes me think of it is they have different fish per zone, and the list of fish per zone is ridiculous. So the slot machine pull is pretty extreme because there's so many. It appears, I think there's over 100 different fish, so they didn't cheap out on it by making just like a handful of fish, and like every fish actually has like a 3D model in the game, so when you pull the fish up, you can see it flopping around on the ground next to you when you pick it up. And of course, they have normal fish, magic fish, rare fish, legendary fish, and unique fish. So you actually you get that like dopamine hit. For each different one. And then the fish are actually worth money, I think. I don't think it's a ton of money, but some of them might be. Who is this? A scary fleet, that's who. All right, I'm gonna do a ping. I think we just need to get out of here. I think I just need to go. This is a dormant fleet, so it should be safe to just sneak on by. Don't scare me like that, man. All right, where was my objective? It's survey a world. Oh, I got a little sidetracked, huh? Being haunted by a ghost right now. But we did a little bit of fishing, but right now I'm kind of like, I want to get into the season before I start seriously fishing. I want to like finish the campaign. We've done some of the campaign. I'm still pretty far from finishing the campaign. We just put a few hours into it at this point. Ooh, we're all... Whoa, whoa! What? Did I just get... What is going on? They yeeted past you. Maybe they weren't going for me. I don't know what's happening. Bad awooga noises at the first May. I'm doing the hatred quest line now. Started a warlock last night. Yeah, I started a warlock. I kind of got it to level 10, and I just wasn't vibing with it as much as I wanted to. It felt a little clunky, and like, even at level 10, there was too much shit on the screen all at one time. And I usually like that, but it was just... There was a little turret head spewing fire that I summoned. There was like a temporary demon that was just slamming the ground, making it come up. There was like just a lot of cover the entire ground in effects. And I was like, it's a little early for that. I'm level 10. So I re-rolled and went back to my original Diablo 4 class. Actually, no, I started with the Barbarian, but then I poked into the Warlock to see if I liked it, but I decided to stick with the Barb. So I'm going back to my OG D4. D4 was 2023 or 4. Oh God, it was June 23. It's almost been 3 years. The campaign is actually great. I beat the campaign tonight. It's fantastic. Yeah, I'm keeping an open mind right now. because I'm not very far in. I love the lore of Diablo. So I'm kind of a lore nerd. But I'm definitely waiting for the campaign to, like, open up a little bit. I don't mind slow starts. Slow starts are good. But there's been a few sections where characters are yapping, but they're not telling me anything new. They're sort of just repeating themselves. So I'm waiting. I'm kind of just sticking with it for now, you know? I like Scovos a lot. The area is really cool. Wow, look at this. It's a tundra world with 3 stellar mirrors. Here's the issue. This could be a really, like, interesting place for us to settle. If I scan it and give them the data, they might settle it. The Warlock to me is definitely not felt as good as the Paladin. Yeah, I only got to like level 10, 11, but the Paladin was just butter. Butter. I love the Paladin. So the Warlock really had it was a tall order to match up. I beat the campaign. Tonight's fantastic. I think it started a little slow. Okay. So that may be kind of where I'm at. Because it seems so straightforward right now that I'm like, the campaign, people are saying it's so good. It can't be this straightforward. So I'm sort of just like patiently waiting for the other shoe to drop. I'm waiting for like the twist or the, you know, subversion of expectations. I'm hoping it's not just a straightforward MacGuffin questline. Because I think I'm like maybe a third of the way through the campaign, so I'm really early, you know. However, the first third of the new Diablo campaign, without spoiling anything, is a lot like the plot line of The Force Awakens. So I'm trying not to be overly judgmental because I'm, like I said, I'm waiting. I'm like, there's no way they're going to just go through with it and make it completely The Force Awakens. Are they? And so I'm just hanging on. Like, I don't know any spoilers. I'm just chilling. I'm hoping that they kind of get a little funky with it. Should I survey this or should I keep it for myself? Because they got these cool mirrors. Ultralight orbital mirror array used to reflect and concentrate solar energy. Stellar mirrors are a common terraforming tool, and the art of their use was brought to apogee by the Eridani Utopia Terraforming Corp during the golden age of the domain's expansion. I love the little art that they have for each of these. But anyway, what's with the fourth mirror? Well, they have stellar mirrors on this side, and then they have stellar shade on this side. So the local star, the shade goes in between the planet and the star. So this deflects and collects solar energy. A common terraforming tool that they also use. What do you think, chat? Should I just complete the mission, hook them up, and just assume I'm gonna find somewhere else? Maybe I should scan all the other places here first, and then decide if I want, because they might settle out here. I don't know. Nothing special. POIs, finally. Some here. Something of note. A derelict monitor class frigate with 3 D-mods. I don't really need another one of these. I already bought one, so salvage it up. There's a barren world here. Nothing. It's like if there's another really cracked world here, then I might want to keep it for myself. If it's all pretty boring, then maybe not. Oh, I need more I need like 30 more people to survey this. It's probably not something you want to settle anyways. A minor equipment cache. Random Pegasus battleship blueprint worth 280K. Who left that here? This is our first capital ship blueprint. Is this the same run? Yeah, it's the same. Well, we did 3 runs yesterday, so it's the same as one of the runs yesterday. Is surveying for creating colonies? No, it's multiple things. We're doing a quest that needs us to survey, so we get money. Corporations pay us, or you can find ruins on them. And technically you can sell the survey data, but I don't think it's worth as much as it should be compared to trading. Considering you have to invest supplies in order to survey. I wouldn't mind if the survey data prices went up so that you could actually make especially since it's finite, there's only so many systems that you can ever survey in a campaign. So paying more for those would make exploration a bit more rewarding. Most of the reward of exploration is like finding loot that's not technically the survey, but is found in the context of surveying. Yo, the Pegasus is pretty fun because fast missile racks, and you got 4 large missile. And you could do 2 medium missile on there too and just go pew pew pew. It's pretty sweet. And let's double tap it for another salvage if we can. No. Okay. This system's got some juice. Oh, someone's here. Go dark and hide. I didn't realize there were pirates. Whoops. Ooh, that's a mining station and a phaeton. I don't know if I need a mining station right now, but I'm gonna salvage it anyway. Chief engineer. Not worth. Break it down. I'll take the 300 fuel. Yeah, a Terran class planet's location gets you like 15K when that's a gem floating in space. Yeah, if you find like a habitable world, they should pay you a fortune. There should be some actual proper scaling rewards for surveys. Finding a habitable world should be like, why is that worse than just finding that blueprint, right? I found a blueprint for Battleship that's worth like 290K. A habitable world should be worth like 400K, 500K. Because they're so rare. Your salvage crews find a single occupied sleeper pod still running on backup power. They should be loot boxes too. Also make it so who you sell to tries to colonize it. In Nexerelin, they do. Level 5, Commander Lynn Egypt has joined your fleet. Now I have to pay them a monthly wage. Okay, this one had significantly less ore in it, but a heavy armor mod spec. Okay, we'll take it. Are they still looking for me? They are still looking for me. I think I surveyed everything except for... I'm just gonna go ahead. I don't want to live at this tundra world. I'm just gonna scan it, give them the data. You know what I'm saying? I think it's fine. If survey data scaled, that would provide another early game playstyle too. Yeah, the thing is, it'd still be a tough early game playstyle because early game getting enough supplies is difficult. I guess I'm still early game right now, but let's say the early to mid game transition, it would facilitate because like right now I have enough supplies to do that kind of stuff. But yeah, it would be nice to have like another play style. Right now, exploration's mostly just hoping you strike it rich with a other loot box find. Okay. Wait, this is a hazard rating of just 100? And the orbital solar array will increase food production by 2? 100% hazard rating is crazy. If I scan this, it'll transmit the data back to them and they might go settle it. The question is, do I care? Just give it to him. I'd rather find my own anyways. They kind of pointed me to it. It's not even a class 5. Yeah. Speaking of ruins, there's some ruins right there. So they have some ruins. They have moderate ore, common organics. It's still a pretty good planet. So now we can explore some ruins. We found some more pods. 245 crew have been thawed, and now I gotta pay them too? Lots of shopping goods. And like a gamma core and an ion beam. Not a lot. Do I have... Wow, we have room for 6 more people. What couldn't I scan because I didn't have enough people? This volcanic world. Okay, let's go sneak back down there then. Complete all of our surveys. My money! I want to go see where that cruiser is that we found the location for. Ooh, yeah. Who's this? I could take that guy. Not the guys behind them, though. Run! Surely this is not the fleet that's coming to settle. Is it? Just straight away? I don't know. That doesn't look like the same fleet from before. Abundant ore and rare ore. It's okay. Not ultra rich, though, is it? And then I needed this barren world. Okay, so we've done the full... They got rich rare ore here. I think we've done the full system. Still got 400 supplies. Could just hang out here. I'm gonna learn some BPs. Like, I'm always gonna learn the Pegasus. I guess I could save it for emergencies just to sell. That's true. There might come a day where I really need some quick cash or something. Okay, let's go ahead and just jump out of here. I think we got all the juice. This was a good system. Seems like you're rewarded for following the exploration missions that are pointing you there. They tend to have more like stuff around them, as opposed to just going to random spots. Speaking of going to random spots, where are we going next? How about over here? We should have plenty of supplies and fuel for now. We shouldn't have too big of a profile. Oh my goodness, look at all those planets. I cannot survey all of those. There is a tundra world though. I think it's worth scanning just the tundra. Why is there a nav buoy here? Who built that? There's a desert also? This system could be cracked. But also it could be heavily defended. Whenever you see a nav buoy somewhere, it's a bit of an alarm bell. Why is there a derelict hound right there? What is up here? There's a nav buoy. A debris field. There's been some conflict. 5 heavy machinery exploded. A mud skipper, civilian transport. What are we doing? There's something possibly... No, just debris. Wait. We're flying into the sun! Another level 5 Themis Europa has joined your fleet. I don't want you, man. Actually, I might. Let's take a look. We're starting to get some options here that we may or may not want. A Vanguard Heavy Frigate is just chilling here. With 1 D mod? Glitched sensors. It's a pirate heavy strike frigate. I don't really like the Vanguard very much. Baby Onslaught. Some might, but I don't. Also, what music is this? I need some more space tunes. Maybe. I got an idea. Actually, Spotify can't find them. There we go. See if you guys recognize this one. He hates ships that go burr and die. I just also don't want pirate variants in my fleet anymore. I took what I had to take. No more. Oh. Who is this? What are you guys doing here? They're not investigating me, so what are you investigating? I'm over fuel capacity. Bloop. Look how many pings there are on the map. How am I supposed to find all these? Are they all garbage? Maybe. Cerberus combat freighter. Stop picking up fuel. Time to get a little more reckless with it. They don't seem interested in me, so they might just be prospectors. We found survey data for a Class 5 arid world in the memory banks discovered within the debris. Ow, one person just died trying to salvage this. Class 5 arid world is pretty good. Okay, we need to check our pilots because we're sort of just like hanging on to them for possibly no reason. Do we want these new pilots? Steady and aggressive. So the steady pilot has combat endurance. So peak operating time, impact mitigation, field modulation with an elite perk, target analysis, and missile spec. I think we keep this one. This fits the bill for like a missile cruiser that has like damage mitigation as well as bonus damage to big ships and some peak operating time. I'd rather them have maneuverability, but it's okay. The second one has helmsmanship with an S mod. Ballistics, missiles, target leading, and ordnance expertise. They're all right. They're expensive. They're overqualified for the size of our fleet. Would be the nicest way to put it. Are we just retraining every pilot to be aggressive? Flux dissipation while shields are active, or... maybe I don't want to retrain them just yet. Okay, put the newbie in there. Themis, you take over the new level 5. You take over that, and then the hounds are both gonna get pilots who are way overqualified. Actually, I guess our level 1's not, but there's also no shield, so this doesn't really make any sense. I could put one of them in the monitor. Put an aggressive pilot. Like, I'm a level 5 aggressive pilot. You put me in a point defense ship. What are you telling me, Captain? It's not fair, man. I don't know. This fleet seems chill that's right next to us. So I don't know what they're up to. Wait, now they're going for me? I don't know what they're doing. They can't make up their mind. We got activity. Lots and lots of activity by this gate. Oh, baby. We found a graveyard, and in the graveyard is an Eradicator fast cruiser with, you guessed it, another cryopod with another level 5 commander. We're gonna have to yeet at least one of these guys into the void. So we're just gonna have to pick the worst one. got 2 D-mods, degraded engines, and glitch sensor array. I don't know if an eradicator is good with glitched engines. Also, I don't want an eradicator, so... delete it. We got a mud skipper. This is a ship graveyard. 7 crew. That's more than I can... I think that's more than I can hold. A vigilance with 3 D-mods is rough, buddy. A Cerberus. A transmitter, just transmitted something. No, we have exactly full crew. Every bunk. There's a transmitter with an alarm system that went off. We take what we can get. I'd say drop some ore. Wait, no, drop some domestic goods. Panic. What alarm did it send? Who is this? Another Cerberus. This graveyard is unfortunate. The eradicator was the best part of it. Everything else sucks. Okay, now to check these potential giga worlds. Wait. Random Buffalo class freighter. Didn't I tell you we'd find a Buffalo at some point? Though we don't want this one because it makes our sensor profile jump, which is going to make it really hard to stealth. Unfortunately. Okay, I'm here to scan the tundra. At a minimum. Oh my goodness, did you see all those pings? One of the survivors' settlements on the surface is hailing your ship. Guys. You open a comm link, your comms officer configures a protocol. Hello, is this thing on? Oh, hello, stranger. It's been a long time since anyone swung by. Is the sector still alive? Where'd you get that ship? Did they finally find where Lud went? Maybe dropping off a data cube for him to read at his own leisure would get him to stop asking questions. I beg you for a favor, Count Plowicki. This is turning into a Rick and Morty sketch. This place, Hadon, Velicet, it's no place to live. Not with the total collapse of society and every meal possibly our last, and packs of raiders and looters seizing everything and everyone they can get their hands on. Please take us away from this world. We'll work on your fleet, all 8 of us. We'd be eternally grateful. Your fleet's crew quarters can accommodate 0 personnel. So, see ya. No, don't leave us! Oba, Venusian's desperate pleas are cut off abruptly as you disconnect the link. One of the survivors' settlements on the surface still hails your ship. Nah, I'm not gonna take you guys back to Lud. This is what you get. This is kind of like a worse version of the last Tundra world that we scanned. Because it doesn't have the reflectors. I guess it does have some ore. But that's pretty much it. Explore the ruins. Another sleeper pod. Administrator America Peltonen. Joins you out of gratitude. Brother, I don't have money to... I do have money. That's it? That was in the ruins? It's 19 supplies? America! Let me see. How do you see my personnel? Chat, where are they? How do I see them again? Where is America? Do you have to pay them if you don't have a colony? Oh, there we go. Manage administrators. America has industrial. Oh, 20,000 a month. Oh my God. 20K a month. Bye. I'll miss you when I have a colony one day, but right now I can't afford that. And we also need to fire one of these officers. Another steady officer, Oberon Kitsuragi. They have what's with all the combat endurance dudes? Target analysis, ballistics, and gunnery implants. The thing is, I don't hate it. Because I think I'm gonna prioritize ballistic weapons, and this is like target leading, bonus damage to cruisers, armor damage mitigation, peak. I think we have too much peak operating time. Peak operating time, peak operating time, peak operating time. Also, you know what else is peak? These ads. 3-minute mid-rolls coming in for the 4-hour mid-roll break. Who should I drop out of this squad? Which of these level 5s should I dismiss? We might have an energy weapon person, but I'm leaning toward the energy weapon dude. I already invested a story point in Gabra, though. That's the only downside, but that's sunk cost fallacy. I'm thinking Gabra. But I do like helmsmanship if they're gonna pilot the big ship one day. I don't know, I kind of like customizing my own people as we level them up. I think Themis is one of the better ones. I'll always like missile specialization. I think it's either Oberon or Gabra. Maybe I'm just gonna ditch the dude. I like ballistic mastery though. Ah, it's tough. Or do I just pay them and just suck it up and just eat the cost? I'm having to pay like 25K a month right now between crew and officers. Maybe I just eat the cost for now. The obligation from your past is killing me. All right, chat, since the ad is rolling. The ad is rolling. For 1 minute, 50 seconds, I'm very hungry. Be right back 1 sec. And I need water. I smelled food and I had to go check to see if there was any food. Is this a streamer that takes a BRB every hour? Kinda. It's not intentional. My mouth is watering. So I'm gonna go get a couple bites here in like 20 or 30 minutes when it's done. Alice is making like a potato and something tenderloin. It smells delicious. There was like a desert world here that we wanted to check out. Ooh, I forgot about all this too. Oh dear. What are all these fleets doing? These gotta be possible. Hello. Excuse me. You guys want this all to yourself? Man, the 3D mods. The damaged flight deck. There's a Mora support carrier right here. With 3 fighter bays. The damaged flight deck is rough. Time to launch replacement fighters is increased by 30%. Are we just gonna salvage this? Tough. Tough. 300 skeleton crews, kind of crazy as well. Two medium missile, 3 fighter bays. Maybe it's worth taking it. I'm just gonna leave it here for a second. Consider my options. I'll come back. What else we got? We got a mule, a Cerberus, Phaeton tanker, a manticore, and a mud skipper. Yeah, these are just scavengers. They're chill. That's what I thought. Another level 5 officer? Out the airlock. A Phaeton standard tanker with 1200 fuel capacity, increased maintenance D mods. Is this worth? Maybe. Only needs 13 skeleton crew. Just a little extra maintenance per month in supplies. Pretty much it. And also the sensor profile is harsh. That's the main reason why I hesitate to take these, is because that plus... Like, is there a way to get the sensor profile down with hull mods like this? For these types of ships? Because high-res sensors don't reduce your profile, it just increases the detection. It's insulated engines. Yeah, I don't have insulated engines. So I think it's too risky for now. I've never liked the Manticore. It's true. The scavenger's looking at me like, what the heck, man? You can't just roll in here and salvage everything? I can and I will. They're like, this was mine. And it's mine now. The Mora is really the one that I'm like thinking the hardest about right now. I'm leaving so much debris out here. I think I'm gonna take it. Mothball it. Actually, we could repair it. Well, we need 510 skeleton crew. We have that. We'd only have 33 extra crew between everyone. And this is gonna take a lot of supplies to fix up. Look at this hunk of like wadded paper ball. By the way, thank you, Mr. Champ, for the sub. Thank you for 61 months. Happy Thursday. Mr. Champ, welcome. One more. CC Chow, we're smuggling. Well, we're not smuggling yet, but we could be. We've done some smuggling. Thank you for almost 3 years of sub. Hello, Chow. Admirally for the raid earlier. Azure Dragon again with a sub. And Hindius. Just had a baby. Your streams helped the hospital couch sleep. I hope you named your baby something that starts with an E. And congrats on the baby. Happy birthday. Tell your baby happy birthday for me. Do I have any weapons that can even go on this? Not any mediums. Maybe that's an incentive to mothball it. We do have a broadsword heavy fighter wing and a Kopesh rocket bomber, so I could actually put some stuff in there. Then we just have some Gladius heavy interceptors. Put some LPCs in that. So this thing's gonna cost a lot of supplies. Max combat readiness down 5%. Takes a ton of crew. Reduce weapon turn rate by 25%. It increases recoil. Oof. Replacement fighters take 30% longer to come out. Yeah, it ain't much. It really ain't much. Like, really. It's not much. I'm gonna say put light dual machine gun on the tail. There's a lot of potential small ballistic point defense spots here. I've got 6 Vulcans. They don't have to be point defense, but like they kind of should be, don't you think? And then since I don't have any medium missiles, probably like a swarmer. And that's all I got. Nothing. We're gonna try advanced turret gyros in order to compensate for the damaged weapon mounts. Eventually, this is going to need expanded missile racks because of the 2 medium missile slots, unless we use medium salamanders, I guess, just to be annoying. What else goes in here? Do you go dedicated targeting core to get 35% additional ballistic range on all your point defense? Probably. Is that an asteroid with engines? Basically, yeah. Have you mentioned many differences from the last time you had a campaign? Well, the last time I had a campaign, this patch was new. This time, this patch is old. That's the biggest difference. Because it's the same patch. I don't hate 30 capacitors, 16 vents. What do we think? Or do you think aux thrusters for maneuverability? I don't know. Come up with a good name for this hunk of space junk. Have you tried the new D4 expansion yet? Yeah, we were talking about some earlier. I've played a little bit of it. I think I'm like a quarter to a third of the way through. But I'm having fun so far. It's a little bit of a slow start, but, you know, just I always enjoy a reason to go back and do some D4. I got in on the Paladin when that came out. Playing a Barbarian now with Alice. Feel like I got a long way to go. We were in big board game mode before that, but got to make some room for D4. Get some fishing in. We've also been talking a lot about D4 in the Discord, so if you're not in the Discord, that's a good place to have some of those conversations. Exclamation Discord if the link still works. Let me check that actually. The link might be old now. Yeah, invite invalid. Hold on. There we go. There we go. Try that instead. So let's do a little simulation. So when you do a simulation, hold on. Before you do a simulation, on this screen, you can drag this slider and see, I think it'll continue this slider into your simulation so you can test at different combat readiness, right? Yes, so we have 65 combat readiness now. One small problem, my weapon groups are messed up. You kind of want these to automatically turn on, don't you? There we go. I just never opened Discord. Well, now you can. Get them, boys. Get them, boys. They already, destroyed half of my fleet, unfortunately. Those poor souls just walk right in and they're getting, man, my fighters, these fighters suck. There's no way I can defeat 3 frigates. Literally no way. Like, they're putting up a fight, but look at the Kopesh missile volley is just missing wildly. It's embarrassing, and now I'm about to get flanked by that too. Oh well. We're just not strong enough. Huh. We need different fighters. Do fighter losses equate to crew losses as well? Yes, I believe so. Do I have a character point? No, because I need to start taking some of these fleet ones. Like fighter uplink, for example, says minus 50% crew loss due to fighter losses. So they are tied together. Increase the fighter's top speed, their target leading. Like I need to invest in some perk points to make my carriers good. This is like a plus 50% faster fighter replacement rate. Those are really good. And they unlock some new hull mods. Okay, well, I took the Mora. Whether it's worth it or not is a little TBD, but I have it. And I want to say that was it to investigate in that corner, in that little graveyard. This is kind of a busy system. Now I wanted to scan this desert world. Dry as a bone, swirling with dust. But yeah, are you guys in chat playing any Diablo lately, or is Path of Exile doing anything new recently? Or your whatever your ARPG, any ARPG gamers in chat? Widespread ruins. It's not an especially. It's a very low hazard rating, which is good. Let's explore the ruins. We haven't found anything good in ruins yet. Afflictor class phase frigate. Do I have one of those? No. Different. Warlock is so much fun. Diablo 2 Resurrected. I was doing some Diablo 2 Resurrected. I did get the Warlock for D2. And we were playing that a little bit, but then I got distracted and now D4's out. So I want to go back to my D2 Warlock to at least play through the campaign a couple times or something. I don't necessarily need to get like an end game super baller. Marvel Heroes is fun. Which one is that? There's so many like random Marvel games. D4, new PoE 2 stuff in about 2 weeks. It's funny how they always time it up to be close to Diablo. I don't know if that's on purpose. It just happens that way. Playing Hero Siege right now. What is he? Hero Siege? From 2014? Why does it have like 13,000 reviews and it's mixed reviews? Bought in 2014, was a nice little game, rediscovering it today. I'm not trying to dunk on you for playing Hero Siege. I was just genuinely curious what it was, and this is what I found. Angry people. Okay, some positive beacons at the bottom with 900 hours. Visual clutter is worse than PoE, which really is quite the accomplishment. Banned for no reason while killing mobs. Some devs are active in Discord, requested ban appeal, told to wait. They're just yapping out the ass in there. Support ticket person also in there yapping out the ass while gaming. Posting SS parentheses screenshots. If you were gonna write it anyways, then why are you abbreviating it and then explaining what that means? Of their loot, and while I'm here waiting over 5 hours for a damn appeal, which I shouldn't have in the first place, edit, finally got unbanned after 24 hours. Love a good story trailer from my ARPGs. Looks fun. I don't think somehow I have not heard of this or did not know anything about it. For like $8 also. There's got to be at least one person in chat's just like, I just found my new ARPG. You're welcome. Was that an AK-47? Maybe. Possibly. Going to bed far too late because of D4. Downloading D4 right now because I remember the expansion existed when I asked. ARPG, never heard of it. Hello, Slimy Fox. Thank you for 16 months of sub. Maybe you should. It's a fun genre. Very addictive genre. One of the few I can keep replaying for hundreds of hours off stream. Solaire, thank you for 9 months as well. Why can't dinosaurs clap their hands? Because they're extinct. Technically false. Because the ones that still live have wings. They don't have hands. Oh, what's up? Thank you, Solaire, for the sub. I just picked up Far Far West yesterday, having fun with it. I'm enjoying D2 Warlock. Baldur's Gate, that's not an ARPG, but close enough. Respect my Warlock. Respect my Warlock, and now am melting. Okay, okay. Roller coaster. I don't know if I'll ever try out PoE 2 again. I'm still bitter. I don't know if have I found everything here? I feel like this is where we came in. Like, I'm bitter because it's the scammiest ARPG I've ever played with microtransactions. And I get gaslit by the world in thinking that it's the most free-to-play friendly ARPG that exists, and that actually Diablo is the scam game. But it's not, it couldn't be further from the truth. I've never in my entire life, I'm old now, chat, I'm approaching 40, I'm 37 this month. And I've never played a game that charged me to have guild slots. And I will forever hold that against Path of Exile 2. To get people into a guild, I had to pay real money. I've never, ever, ever seen that before. And so I am very bitter about it. So everyone being like, it's the most free-to-play friendly when I can't even have a guild without paying actual money is unacceptable to me. And that's just to get them in the door. That's not including the money that I had to pay so that we actually had like functional shareable chests and could like put loot in boxes so that other people could use it. There was a lot more money. I think that we ended up collectively spending around $100+ in order to have the guild like fully functional and have enough slots for people to join it. So that's what I'm bitter about. $30 grand a month. It's because of all these, didn't I just get another pilot? Volta Yang? Another combat endurance. This is a third combat endurance pilot. They're actually almost identical to Oberon. It's just that they have gunnery implants versus missile spec. Should I just keep every one of these pilots out of greed? Where am I finding all these steady pilots? To be fair, D4 plus both expansions are over $200 spent by now. That's not true. If you wanted to get into Diablo 4 right now, at full price to get everything, to get all gameplay, D4 Standard Edition is $50 without a sale, which by the way, it goes on sale. And then the expansion, how much is the expansion base? $40. So it's $90, and that includes both expansions. So it's $90 to get all Diablo. And then they go on sale also. You know what Diablo doesn't have? $480 cosmetic bundles. Now, if you bought every cosmetic in the game in Diablo 4, yeah, you'd spend more than $480 easily. But come on, man. What are we doing here? Why does it say plus shipping? I don't know. Maybe you get physical. You get a t-shirt and a hoodie. Because you get a t-shirt, a hoodie, and like maybe an art book. But anyway, the thing that like PoE figured out they get to have their cake and eat it too, because they get to pretend to be a free-to-play game, but if they're just in early access and never leave it, they get to charge you $30 to get in the front door. So they get to be a free-to-play game and also not a free-to-play game simultaneously. It's like Schrodinger's free-to-play fan bait. And to be honest, if you like offered me the base game of Diablo 4 for $40 only, or PoE 2, I'd still pick D4 base game. That's just me. I know a lot of people like the gameplay of Path of Exile more, and that's fair if you just have a gameplay preference. But I would pick vanilla D4 over PoE 2. He wants the flame war. It's not, I'm not flaming, it's just what I would do. It's just true. I didn't say everyone would, or that's objectively better. I just said that's what I would pick. I'm gonna put these guys in a ship. Put somebody in the monitor. Somebody with ballistic mastery so they get extra weapon range. That's the most expensive pilot of a monitor that we've ever seen. And then the other person goes in the drone tender. This is so sad. I have 3,400 hours in PoE, less than 100 in PoE 2. How much did we? I streamed the whole, well, I streamed what was available of the campaign, let me say, in Path of Exile 2. Can't claim it was the whole campaign. We actually streamed that for 60 hours. I gave it a really fair shake. You know what I mean? We kind of just have a bunch of garbage in here. Should I just go back? Maybe explore like one more or two more systems tops or something. I don't think I've been to Delta Urukai. I'm curious. Let me see how okay, let's see what Steam thinks of recent reviews. Mostly positive, 75%. Matches the total. It's got about 75%. Shibby thumbs it down. You lost Shibby after 482 hours, man. What are we doing? Don't lose my boy Shibby. Okay, these are yeah, it's about 75%. All right, let's see how the Steam, because Diablo 4 went to Steam, which is pretty insane. And we got mixed. I knew it. I would have bet money that Diablo Steam reviews were lower. However, their overall is 74, which is basically on par with Path of Exile, which is surprising to me. So what happened in the last 30 days that's got people upset? I don't know if I can read reviews, 'cause I'm worried people are gonna write campaign shit in here, so I'm gonna be very careful here. The game is mostly good, especially on 50% discount. The monetization is awful. I bought the first expansion on sale in less than a few months after that. They announced new expansion that includes the old one. Oh, it's people salty that they discounted the game. Brother, I thought you were gonna say a few days. I was gonna be like, okay, maybe even a few weeks. Be like, all right, that's a little close. Few months? I bought the first one a few years. Listen, General 3D, I bought the game at full price for your ass. And you know what? A few years later, you got it on heavy discount, 50% discount. So I'm owed the difference because you bought it on sale. What is $0 if not a 100% sale? You know what I'm saying? So what's the time dilation needed in order for you not to be upset about other people getting a better discount than you? This is the worst. 300 people found this helpful. "25 years. That's how long I've been playing Diablo.
The Butcher in D1 was the first adrenaline rush a game ever gave me at age 9. Yeah, my parents let me play a game about demons when I was 9 years old when your mom wouldn't even let you read Harry Potter. I skipped school to go to a cyber cafe for Diablo 2. I got into a fight with my parents for overstaying to finish a dungeon. Spent hours on game facts, reading or researching builds when I couldn't get back to the cafe. I took a full week of annual leave when Diablo 3 launched. I bought Diablo 4 at full price on launch because I believed I was buying a game I'd play for years. I was wrong. And not because the game got stale, because Blizzard deliberately made it worse for people who don't pay more. You see, I'm a dad in a family with 3 dads, and we have 17 children together, and I simply don't have the time to grind like I used to.
How are you gonna hit me with, I used to go, that's not what it says, by the way. I'm making stuff up if you're not looking at the screen anymore. But how are we going from like, I played The Butcher in D1, skipped to go to Diablo 2, skipped school to play D2, played D3, and you think, oh, for who pay more? I thought it said play more. What are we talking about? Worse for people who don't pay more.
With the Lord of Hatred expansion, Blizzard overhauled the entire loot system. Normal and magic items now drop in higher tiers.
Okay, that has nothing to do with your last comment. You can still, Torment is not locked behind DLC, by the way. And players are expected to use the Heraldric Cube to upgrade them. This is locked behind the Lord of Hatred paywall. I got news for you, brother. The level cap goes up with the expansion like every other expansion that's ever released for an ARPG ever. So let's say you have the Heraldric Cube without the DLC, you still won't have the 10 levels needed to be the most powerful character you can be because guess what? It's part of the DLC. Okay, so how come this same person does not care that in Diablo 2 you had to get Lord of Destruction in order to access Act 5 and Rune Words? Isn't that the same shit? But now that they dared to make an expansion again, but for Diablo 4, it's a problem. I'm not reading all this. I'm not reading all this. After 25 years, I'm done. The defenders of this will tell you to just buy the expansion, that complaining makes you a broke boy. Holy straw man, that the gameplay is great, so what's the problem? I found that ARPG fans are impossible to please and also kind of dumb. But seriously, what is the difference between that and Diablo 2? What's the difference between that and any Diablo 3 expansion? Right? The level cap goes up and new shit is bought. You pay for it. Anyway. I was just looking up, I was confirming Rune Words came out with Lord of Hatred, right? They weren't in Diablo 2 when Lord of Hatred came out, right? I just had to, that's what I was Googling. I was making sure I had my facts straight. Like, Rune Words are integral to Diablo 2 at this point. You literally cannot separate them from D2 and still have the same experience, period. Am I wrong? Were Rune Words in D2 beforehand? Rune Words came out with Lord of Destruction? Okay, I'm just making sure I'm not like making a false argument here. But is that not the same thing? But that wasn't a problem in his like,
When I was 9, I went to the internet cafe to play Diablo 2.
that doesn't fit the narrative. It's because Diablo 2 came in a box with the expansion. It seemed like a good deal. Well, here's the thing. According to historical price records, do you want to take a guess at how much Diablo 2 costs in 2000? Did you guess $60 in 2000 currency? Do you want to take a guess at how much Lord of Destruction MSRP was in 2001? $40. You know how much that is in today's currency? $2,001 to now. Inflation calculator. Let's go to 2001. $40. That would be $72 today in change. So Lord of Destruction in 2001 was basically $72 in today's money, almost 73. We have it so good compared to back then, you know what I mean? Like in terms of how much things actually cost. I'm sure it went on sale later, but so will this, you know? Like it got cheaper over time, and maybe you got it once it got cheaper. The same will happen here with Diablo 4. I need to apologize to my parents for asking them to buy me video games. Yeah, me too. Me too. I didn't know. Now I know. So that's why I don't buy this, like, well, how much would it have cost you to have Diablo 4 if you bought everything on launch? Same question, Diablo 2. You know, that would be my rebuttal. Here's the thing, if you hate Diablo 4, then you're getting a bad deal. If you like Diablo 4, then you're getting a great deal. Like, I don't feel scammed. In fact, I bought the Ultimate Editions for $100 and I got my money's worth. I've played D4 more than any other ARPG, more than most of my games on Steam. Like right now, if I look at my games on Steam, if Diablo 4, if I had got that on Steam and not Battle.net, and on my, I bought it on Battle.net to stream, so I streamed it as well. It would be my number 4 most played game of all time. So if you like it, you're not getting scammed. You know what I'm saying? Like, I enjoy it. So I think people like that who type that kind of negative response or review, and the other people like that already had made up their mind. So somewhere along the way, they had drank the Kool-Aid. Or they're too active on the, like, Diablo subreddit. Nobody hates Diablo more than the Diablo subreddit. Derelict ship. Oh, it's just a vigilance. I need to go find where that cruiser is. We found like a spot for a cruiser. I want to go pick it up. I don't know which cruiser it is. Increase maintenance. Vigilance is pretty cool, but I don't want it right now. I also don't know what this music is. It just occurred to me. I really like it though. It's good music. Let's see if the VODs are muted. I say this all the time, the fact that we have so many alternatives for people who can't afford to or don't want to pay for games like Diablo at launch or something, you have so many great options that I didn't have when I was a kid. Or when I was a teenager, or even when I was early 20s, barely. Because that early 20s would be me 16 years ago. The 2010 free-to-play market didn't really have a lot of options at that point. Doom-class phase cruisers. Pretty sweet. 165k, nice BP. Another Pegasus. What are the odds I find two? And we got a hegemony auxiliary blueprint with buffaloes, wolves, meh. Automated repair unit, we already have that. Defensive targeting array. Increase fighter damage to missiles and other fighters, but they cannot leave the vicinity of their ship. Interesting. Is there something else out there? No, just my cargo pods. Ooh, almost missed something. Don't know if it'll be worth it, but there's something out here. Or a 5-day blockbuster rental? True. What is this? Weapon cache. Pretty sweet. These have been pretty juicy for me. Not this time, though. Well, let's boogie. Get out of here. I think, really, everything can just be boiled down to human nature. Having competing video games really latches in to people who are more susceptible to their evolutionary predisposition to tribalism. It's a kind of tribalism you can participate in, makes your brain go bird, that doesn't require you to actively harm other people physically, like most tribalism predispositions do. To like group up, find your group, find your tribe, find your unit, and then attack the others. You know, obviously plenty of people still do that in real life, but I'm saying like the average person doesn't, who's on the internet. So it is an outlet for that. It's a release valve, yeah. And it's people who don't realize that that's what's being taken advantage of at that moment. So what I'm saying, it's dumb people. You might say, well, Talix, what makes you better than them? You're right here ranting about it right now, are you not? And I'd say that's true, but it's a responsive ranting. Okay, let me go back and look. Did I leave a negative review on Path of Exile 2 going like, blah, 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 this game sucks for these reasons? No, I didn't. I had to double check. I didn't go and leave like a angry, pitiful 5-paragraph, this is how things were when I was but a child. I would go to the internet cafe. My trust was misplaced. You know? I'm just reactionary yelling into the void right now. There's a difference in being like, I played this thing and I didn't like it, or even I played this thing and I think it sucks, versus this company has stomped all over me for too long. I've had enough. 25 years later, I'm done. I'm walking away and I'm never coming back. You know what I mean? Like, there's a difference between those two things as well. It's okay to have opinions on things and to express those opinions and say, oh my God, right into the pulsar beam. What are the odds? I'm getting pushed into the abyss. I got an E-burn out right in the pulsar. Wow. That just tanked like 30% combat readiness for all my ships. That'll be a little tax on my supplies. The difference, I think, is not liking a game versus feeling personally slighted by the people who made it and acting on that. That's the difference, in my opinion. Taking on like a vindictive quality to it. As if the things, ooh, 76 heavy armaments, pretty cool. As if the things that you've taken displeasure in were personally done to spite you. But also just having no self-awareness. Like if you're going to publicly and vehemently rail against something, at least be confident in the reasons why you feel that way. And not just confident, but correct. You know, like in that case, it's very easily disprovable that the things that person had a problem with have been things the entire time. They're just more cognizant of them now. You know? Like the problems that they had about an expansion being required in order to completely power up your character and engage with the game, that was a problem the whole time. They just weren't aware of it, apparently, until now. So like at least have your facts straight and have good sort of reasons for feeling that way. That's an amazing visual. Yeah, the pulsars are really cool. The pulsars are fun. So we got a research station, which is one of my favorite finds because I feel like research stations tend to have the most juicy potential loot in the game. Some of the most juicy. A precise decapitation strike appears to have targeted the command and control module of this station. Likely a clutch of military-grade torpedoes unleashed at close range by an unsuspecting vessel. Security systems were tight and highly hierarchical. Hierarchical. I don't like that word. Once the central CNC went down, automatic lockdown procedures trapped occupants of the station in their sections. Habs, labs, research, rec, life support, cargo handling, storage, engineering, and so on. You're supposed to say "and so on" before you've listed every possible compartment. Now each is a locked tomb, preserving evidence of the final hours. Your salvor teams don't tarry to ponder their fate as they cut through the lockdown to assess valuables. As your salvage crews begin their work, a transmitter inside the station sends out an encrypted broadwave signal. They're coming for us. All right, what do you got? Okay, nothing insane, but actually there's an Astral class carrier BP. I didn't notice the Astral. Why am I getting all the high-tech BPs when I want to do a, like a low midline run? That would be the spiciest carrier that we could possibly get if we want to do carriers. Game's telling you no? Yeah, I guess so. We got a Cobra. So we found some like fighters in here also. And then the Manticore. Stabilized shields is decent. Integrated point defense AI is really fun. Surveying equipment, that's usable. Reduce heavy machinery and supplies to perform surveys. Yeah, it's a good one. We've done some surveying, but nothing crazy. Ballistic rangefinder, get a little extra range. Broadswords, some warthogs. Some light mortar warthogs. Then some guns. We don't need all this. Okay, don't forget to go back for seconds and do a manual salvage. You might get more. You used to have to do multiple manual salvages, so it's a lot better now. Nothing crazy. Nav relay, solar shielding, and a Wasp LPC interceptors. We got a little too much garbage. I'm gonna go ahead and learn a lot of these, like automated repair unit, solar shielding, resistant flux, heavy armor, defensive targeting array, rangefinder, surveying, point defense AI, stabilized shields, nav relay. There we go. Just eat all those. May as well learn at least one of the Pegasus. And the Sarisa. Negative review. I hate having to play the game. You could end it right there, Def Dude. It would be accurate. Oh, there's the contact that we just pinged. They showed up looking for me. Well, they're not gonna find me here. Nice little research station come up, though. I like it. Oh, also I need to go. I'm gonna go ahead and run the ad and go get a quick bite to eat. There's some food that is available. I think we can just leave this system. I got a little greedy in coming over here inspecting stuff. The problem is I'm not gonna know that I did this in the future. I'm gonna forget. Though I guess if I do want to do surveys, I have to come back anyways. All right, I'm gonna grab a quick bite while the ads are on a BRB, real quick. Thanks for watching. Okay. Got a quick bite. Eat a little bit now, eat a little bit later. Some delicious smashed potato, some green beans, and some barbecue pork loin. A wonderful, wonderful, delicious partial meal for me. All right, I'm stuck here, man. I guess is there's nothing else here, then I can just leave. I can literally jump out. I do have transverse jump. It's true, I could just leave. You guys better not be real. Or we're gonna have a problem. Bastards. Is this funny to you, ghosts? Do you have anything better to do in the fourth dimension than harass my fleet? I can scan too. Oh yeah, you like that? How about a little interdiction pulse? That's right, get out of here! All right, let's jump in. Hello. Venture class cruiser with class 5 desert world survey data inside of the memory banks. Oh, this is like a pristine venture. Huh. We don't have any cruiser right now. The biggest issue with the cruiser is the 14 supplies per month. And also, of course, it becomes more difficult to sneak with the 180 sensor profile, but probably worth. I just don't have a destroyer, so I don't like skipping to cruisers when I don't even have a destroyer. But we at least take it and mothball it for now, because it's Skeleton Cruise 80. I'm gonna spend a story point. It's now part of your freaking fleet. You could say this, that then why do you have the Mora support carrier? That's true. We're missing a whole class of ship here. Take these off so I know that I have them. But actually, you could use these as free storage. If you don't want to carry your weapons in your cargo, just put some stuff on here. Then it won't count against your cargo space, and you're just towing it. Honestly, yeah, the Venture is an OG. Somehow I always end up with a Venture in my fleet. It just kind of happens. I think when able, we're gonna need to militarize the subsystems at a dock, for sure. Nice little pickup, especially pristine. Transmitter sends out a signal. From the top right? Looking for your fleet. You don't say. Ooh, they just did a ping. They're doing a couple pings. I'm just about to get out. I honestly kind of doubt there's much else here. $31K a month. I got way too many officers. but I'm scared to fire them and then upgrade my fleet, and then I'm gonna wish that I had them. One of them should definitely fly the Mora. I should probably fly the Mora, actually. That means someone else should fly this. Probably the person that's in the monitor. You definitely do find just too many level 5 pilots still. Like, I would rather find some more level 1s and actually, like, train them up over time. It feels weird to just be like, yes, I will have all level 5s in my fleet now. Thank you. All right, let's get out of here, too. Skip straight to the top. So once I do these last 2 systems, we're gonna head back into civilized space. Is that a fleet or a POI? Something. A supply cache. I need some. Hey, I need supplies. Oh, perfect. Hey, thanks. That's really nice. We're kind of full of garbage. I love this game! Prove it, Delta Chi. Prove it. I don't believe you. Ooh. Who's here? Someone's here. We're on the edge. Ooh, an orbital habitat. Hello. Upon entry, you discover first one, then many of the same portrait adorning the interior sections of the hab. Smashed busts line the primary reception concourse. Above all stands a statue of the self-same likeness churned out of a simple rock foam fabricator, polished and gilded. It now lies face planted into the deck plates, like the gilding half stripped. There's a tense grammar issue, I think, in here, right? Am I crazy? Because your salvers discover, portrait adorns, smashed busts line, but above all stood. So that's past tense, but everything else present. Okay. All bear the face, that's also present, of a strong-jawed man who looks down upon the empty halls and dead plazas of the hab, his gaze fatherly, stern, and proud, and in all cases defaced, the nose smashed off, crude words painted or, more often, burnt across his image. Even his name, whatever it was, has been erased from every databank by a spitefully determined noise wipe virus. Exploring further, the teams discover the remains of a palace dominating a section of the hab. Once a vast construction, now just 2 blackened support legs remain amidst the rubble of its shattered visage. Parklands, now reduced to lone and level ash, follow the curve of the habitat's shell. Whoever the man was, he was first exalted and then hated in equal measure. Here's the thing. I like these little story blurbs, but they need to, like, mean something when you actually go past it instead of just being like a flavor text that doesn't translate to any different, because it's just like crew pods and salvage. Otherwise, it's the same. Low-tech blueprint package. I don't have room for this food, nor would I want to take it anyways. We could take the drugs. Not a lot, not a lot. I wish the flavor text being unique indicated that the resources you would get from it are also unique. Another orbital habitat. I kind of just have to... We're never going to come back. Oh, goodness. A close approach by your teams show a heat source and a glint of artificial light. An anomalous pocket of operational life support. The emergency subsection backup of a backup somehow running for tens or hundreds of cycles? Unlikely. Your officers always perform standard transponder pings at the start of a salvage op. Part of the ritual of legal salvage, though records of legality are fabricated easily enough when required. And doing a good job of it is a sign of respect appreciated by customs officers across the sector. It'd be awkward to stumble into someone's hermit cell, ideologues, oubliette, or pirate holdfast unannounced, so your comms officer takes charge of a new signaling attempt with a full range of communication protocols, from an overpowered standard hololink to mere radio, laser staccato, and even an esoteric graph pulse relay. Comms, anything to report? No, sir, nothing. With your permission, I have an idea. An acoustic inducer transponder normally used in mining surveys is tenderly attached to the HAB structure by a discrete remote probe. It thuds out a code and detects only tiny, noisy, rhythmic vibration in return. Something tapping on the hull plate with slow, clock-like regularity. Ops, it's your turn. Your ops chief oversees a careful breach of the habitat, wary for traps and the need to not disrupt the surviving bubble of life support. Survivors make salvage rights complex, but they're generally thankful enough for a rescue to come to a profitable accommodation. Salvors attach temporary bubble locks around the entry points, inflate them with the ubiquitous portable Atmo units, and perform a cold cut on sealed emergency doors. Slow and safe. Ops nods, satisfied with the work on the shared display. A spot of green-yellow brightness at the end of a foggy corridor. The image stabilizer kicks in, canceling the jerky hop step of the lead salvor's micro-G movement. A tiny garden grows wild in this celestial tomb. Some kind of fissile backup battery has survived, clicking away the decay of heavy elements to heat and light a tiny bubble of life. Moisture condenses in a murky lens of slush on a hubward window, then falls slowly in huge drops through the micro-G of the habitat's spin, past the glow plates, toward the mosses and molds and tiny flowers growing on the warm heaps of droppings and husks of vermin. On a life-giving Terran world, this is nothing more than a dank pit, but here, it's a miracle. Sir, your ops chief acknowledges your command and begins ordering the dance of surveying and inventorying, extraction, and transport. The cargo manifest found by the salvage crews sent to the orbital habitat indicate the presence of a quantity of recreational drugs. All that just for recreational drugs? Oh, okay, I guess. See, I keep waiting for something at the end of like 5 separate pages, but it's like, by the way, there's drugs here. Okay. The reward is the story. Not in my 2026 video games. That may have been true in 1980. Like, I like the writing and the cadence. I just want it to be tied in somehow to the gameplay. Otherwise, it's disconnected. Like change the loot in the station to match the story, or find a particular type of item or something. What am I dropping for any of this? Probably nothing. I got too much garbage. But in here, now I don't even remember what I was doing before. I had to leave so many supplies there that we salvaged but didn't have room for. Oh well. Another orbital habitat. Oh my god, I might leave this one. I don't think they really give tech. And that way, if I ever come back out here, I have some extra supplies. If I ever come back to survey these. That fleet we could take, I think. Hello. Griffin class missile cruiser blueprint. I absolutely take that. Augmented field drive, increase max burn by 2. Can be useful situationally. And then I probably could just drop some like Reaper class torpedoes. And some hammers. Keep the pulse lasers for sure. I like the Griffin. I think the Griffin's a lot of fun. I don't know if we'll ever get to craft our own. But now I've got my own BP. I'm just gonna learn it. I'm gonna learn the Astral too. I'm not gonna sell those to anybody. I don't wanna have to go fight Astral carriers. No thanks. I'm just gonna learn both of them. Oh yeah, what was the new mod spec? High scatter amplifier for beam weapons, dry field. Okay, sweet. We can take these guys, right? They don't look that hard. Oh wait, the Corona that we're in, well, we're fine, we're fine. What are you scavengers doing? Okay, send in everyone. Time to game. So, we're gonna have the carriers stick together, and then the monitor stick with that. Everybody else is kind of free to go. I should have changed my fighters. I'm missing a Starsector stream? What's up, Wanyiners? How's it hanging? This Wayfarer is in over his head a little bit. We got a lot of aggressive pilots, don't we? All right, so here's what's gonna happen. You're gonna murk that guy, and then you're gonna come down here and you're gonna help engage the mule. That's what you're gonna do. And we are gonna try and tackle the wolf. Because wolves don't have that much point defense, right? They got 2 in the back. Well, they did kind of murk some of my boys. Uh-oh. All right, my whole fleet is basically gone. We need to lose some flux here. And we're rebuilding. So if you look down here at the bottom left, this is my current fighter wings. So when these have empty bubbles, it means some of them are dead. So they're replacing them right now. The manufactory. We have a degraded manufactory though, unfortunately, so. Send my fighters in to support the other carrier, bro. Get those missiles in. Nice missile volley, to be honest. That was pretty solid. Their engines were out. Get them! Uh oh, we got a wolf coming in. Get him, Monitor. We're kind of just right in the thick of things out here, huh? We are kind of just right here in the thick of things. All right, we're gonna regroup. I really don't want my other... Why is my other carrier going deep? Nice little volley there from the fighters. Get in there and zap them. Oh yeah. All right, now we just gotta mop up. So we want to eliminate the shepherd, both shepherds. And then we want to engage the other wolf right here. Is it hold X to come to a stop? Or is it R? No, it's not R. How do you come to a stop? C. Okay, I was close. Yeah, it's C. Muscle memory was close. X is hold fire. So you can toggle off your auto firing. Dive, dive, dive. Don't let him retreat. Don't let him escape. Get in there and zap him. Good hits. Good hits. How'd that not take out his engines? Piloted Hound doing work. Bullied a little bit. That was a fun fight. I need to get better fighters, though. We did lose one hound, but don't we always? 20 crew died. These hounds are a liability. We need to do some swaps. What's your favorite ship? I don't know what my favorite, like, overall ship is. I like a lot of them for different reasons. But I think what I've answered in the past before is the Tempest. It's a really simple answer, but I've always liked just flying around early game in a Tempest. I think even post-nerf, it's still really strong. Being able to have your own like little drone that you can command, and then you're super fast and maneuverable. You got decent weapons on there. You can do a lot solo in a Tempest. That'd be my Ratatouille answer. Just keep it simple. But otherwise, I would say I like the Tempest My favorite ships are the Tempest, the Aurora, or the Destructo Disc. The Medusa. I like all three of those. I like laser light shows. So this is my Hound. Lasting damage, degraded engines. That's not too bad. One high-value prisoner. Rescued and 4 crew. I guess I could just, like, kill... Actually, I have too much fuel. Didn't realize that. I could go chase them down. I don't think it would be beneficial. I'll take the combat dub and be satisfied with that, I think. Rip 20 crew. We're almost be below... No, we found a bunch of crew. I forgot. We found 123 on one of those orbitals. So we're good on crew, actually. Okay, nothing up here? Then let's leave! Get me out. Got a nice little fight in there. Our fleet kind of sucks, but I'm doing my best. Okay, I'm hemorrhaging money. Unsustainable 32,000 income a month. Hello. We have 2 equipment caches. I might have to e-burn to get in here. The Corona's too powerful. Shade class phase frigate. Bounce to the other one. Come on, this one could be juicy. A monitor blueprint. Oh, okay. And a phase anchor mod spec, which is for phase ships, which we are not. We are not phase ships. There is nothing else in this system. It's time to go home. Go sell some stuff. By the way, I saw you. Sorry I missed your bits. I saw, thank you for the 500 bits. I'm a little distracted right now. Who says happy birthday? Thank you for the happy birthday month bits. Very nice. And Poison BL gifting a sub to Minty Etude. Enjoy your gifts up, Minty. Thanks for sharing. Okay, we need to go make some cash. I want to find out where that one cruiser is. We ostensibly know. It's not that far. Let's go check it. There's supposed to be a derelict cruiser. And we know an orbital installation there. There's a survey data class 5 desert world there. That's pretty close as well. I'm gonna hold on to that. Because I'm not gonna make a colony right now. Even if I find a good spot for one. Whee! It's easy to get fall out of this on accident. Just get yeeted out the other side. Distress call. What? Colony building is a headache and a half. if you're not ready for it. Because if you don't have a great fleet by the time you start putting a colony together, you're just going to stop playing that save, because what's going to happen is it's going to come under attack by a bunch of pirate fleets. Then another faction's going to declare war on you for seemingly no reason. You got to defend what you build. So you need to have a very competent fleet when you put that first colony down. Why did I just get a bunch of personal bounty info? Are we by a comms beacon or something? Comms relay? Okay, this says from the center of the Beta Despair star system. This is Beta Despair right here. Good name for a system. Oh, we are. We're next to like a secret Luddic Path outpost. So I guess I need to. What do we have here? Random ship graveyard just right here by this warp gate. There's an Enforcer class destroyer, a Hyperion advanced gunship, a wolf, a mule, a wayfarer, an eradicator, a Prometheus, and a dominator. Okay. Huh. Well, spicy. Do you have a colony yet? What did I just say, Jack? What did I just say 5 seconds ago? No. I just got here. Well, 5 seconds ago, I said I don't have a colony, I don't plan on getting one, and here's why. And then I explained why. And then you show up and immediately ask, do you have a colony? So what if you got here on time, Jack? The stream started hours ago. Wake up earlier. I'm just kidding. But no, I don't have a colony yet. I don't think I need a Prometheus. It's got a lot of fuel in it, not surprisingly. Three D-mod Dominator. Compromised armor on a Dominator is a bit rough. Kind of needs that armor. I think I'm just gonna leave this for the future. Kind of poke these. 42 crew came out of those pods. 4 D-mod Eradicator, definitely not. Sometimes you can get some really juicy loot from these like ship graveyards. You can get lucky for sure. Hyperion is pretty cool, but not really the vibe I'm going for in this particular run. We're looking for a derelict cruiser that's apparently not that ship. Apparently not that one. I don't know how many pathers are gonna be here. I'm losing all my money. There's a research station. Persian League and Syrian Dicta War. There's a hostile station right here with some patrols. All right, let's go see what's going on at the research station. 196 crew. I'm gonna have to jettison some of you. No, actually I have room. Okay, I mean an Eagle class cruiser blueprint and a brawler, but Tritachian design, Luddic Church blueprint package, An ECM mod spec. Extended shields. Hey, there's insulated engine assembly. I was asking about that. We have quickly hit the point where I have too many mod specs and then I get overwhelmed and then I never go and customize my ships even though I should. Some of you know what I'm talking about. You suddenly add like 15 mod specs and you're like, what if I never look at that again? Would that be so bad? Because I found them all at the same time and I don't want to have to go read all of my ships. Data points. Okay, let's double tap it. Look for juice. A Vanguard. Okay, nothing crazy. Well, that's still not what I'm looking for, really. What's crazy is there's a black hole right in the middle of all this. Ew, look at it. I don't know where this is. What happens if you fly into it? What do you think happens if you fly into it? Did I? Maybe that was the cruiser? What happens is you get stuck there and then you can't fly out no matter what, and then you die. All your combat readiness goes to 0 until you explode. I guess one of those was the cruiser that I had the marker for. Okay, well, I'm heading out. I'm going home. Bip. Catch me if you can. Oh, they can. Uh-oh. They're fast. We could beat them, but it's gonna be annoying as Sunder and a Enforcer and a Brawler. It's gonna be a bit annoying. Like, I want to change this. Instead of the Gladius, I want the heavy fighters like the Warthogs to make a big difference, so I need 6. That's gonna really lower my combat readiness. One of these things had messed up weapon groups, and I forgot which one it is. I think it was this. There we go. Well. They do have 4 D-mods: compromised hull, faulty systems, erratic fuel injector, increased maintenance, faulty power grid. but they do have double thumpers. And the Sunder's got sabos plus an auto pulse laser. Does it have the flux capacity to sustain that auto pulse? Am I dead? Hold up. There we go. I shouldn't have unpaused. Oh well. Try to keep everyone grouped up. So we got some new heavy fighters, but I think we might still be dead. I think the play is we just have to like engage the Sunder like early. Kill the kite right here with our fighters. Holy, move out of the way, bro. Okay, we got one kite. We got the Sunder, hell yeah. Okay, you guys need to chill. Oh man, I got my getting my omen killed? Damn. I didn't think that the Enforcer was gonna like intercept over there. So we might, if you, I don't want to see the Omen dead in the top corner, but it might happen. My carrier fleet takes forever to get going anywhere is the main problem. All right, sending fighters in to assist. He just bonked all the fighters that they sent. Man, these two are getting bullied up here by this brawler. But with our powers combined and a bunch of fighters, we might be able to do it. We got the enemy hound, so now it's a 2v1 against the brawler up top. Man, he's just snaking in between everybody, huh? How's the Omen still alive? And the Hound just come in and is like, why is it always you two? You know, like that's how they're slinking in. Like parents sitting in the chair in the corner with the light off and they turn the lampshade click. Where have you been all night? And they come in looking like the dirt off of their feet getting wiped over the carpet right now, hanging on from death's door. You better not explode now, that's all I can say. We got friends. This brawler should be easier than the other bro. Hey, pilot of this ship, you have flux available. Turn your shield on, damn it. Why is he just face tanking for a minute? 20 crew and no Marines were lost in the last engagement. A brutal battle, but I think it went really well, actually. Considering we just got caught. One dude rescued from space. Hey, a skill point. Okay, now we take a leadership. We take a little leadership because we have all these fighters. So either fighter uplink or carrier group. All fighters and grant increased effect to ships with officers, including the flagship. Lose 50% fewer crew due to fighter losses, plus 20% top speed to fighters, 50% better target leading accuracy, and plus 10% damage dealt. It's either that or carrier group, which is faster fighter replacement and faster ship top speed for the actual carriers. I'd rather have the other one. The fewer casualties, the faster fighter top speed, and the better fighter accuracy. We're gonna lock that in. The fighter jocks spin legends around themselves, but they're just the tip of a spear which I alone command. Commodore Jinsult of the Hegemony Navy, C-82. That's what you guys get. Eliminated. So now our fighters are gonna be way faster. I don't know, 20% top speed seems way faster to me, but the 50% better target lead, I feel like they're just gonna connect on so many more hits on those squirrely little like frigates. And I think most of our crew losses are probably coming from fighters. And just 10% damage dealt. Those are all great numbers. I like all of them. So it should make everything click a lot better. I think I've noticed a difference since putting in the Warthogs. They're just tankier, they have more flares to decoy against point defense systems. And then they also have the light mortars, so they're gonna be doing what, anti-armor damage. Kind of reorganize those a little bit. Who's this fleet right next to me? Chill, man. Big fleet. I don't think I've ever had like a carrier group this early in a campaign. So that's a little unusual. I accept the D-mods to field the Mora. We need to get some proper weapons on these. And then maybe get the cruisers situated too. Here's our little... My money! 38K. Oh, yeah. My money! Here's my little storage unit. So now we can actually see if we can get anything outfitted here. For example, I got one Salamander MRM. I think Salamander MRM's probably what you put. Or do you put Pelums on this? This has harpoons. I guess you could throw harpoons on it and breach. You're throwing out a different kind. I mean, that would be support. Maybe I'm not thinking big enough. What does it put on the other? Just point defense on everything else? The Vulcans just don't have enough range. There's some light mortars on there? Or needlers? This thing's looking a little scrappy. I would say light dual machine gun on the rear, I guess. You can brawl with the ship. It has a good special system. Yeah, I guess I'm bad at using the damper field. But it disables your weapons and shields while it's happening. But yeah, you just have to time it right. So maybe... How much ammo is this? 12? Shoots off a volley of 4 is the burst size. So 3 volleys. Dragonfire torpedoes are pretty neat, but I always feel like they never hit at the right time. Chat, if you haven't seen the Dragonfires or the Gordons, I'll show you what they look like. Get them, boys. You only get 2 shots, that's the downside. And it's pretty cool. But I just feel like it's ineffective for how few charges you get. If the shields are down, it does more, obviously. I think what I would do... Throw harpoons on the one side. I don't hate breachers. But I feel like we're doing a good job of pressuring their shields. I'd rather just have 2 synced up harpoon MRMs. I think. Let's do light dual machine guns on the like cardinals, bottom left and right. They're kind of like the more expensive point defense. I don't want to put anything on this small ballistic. I find this small ballistic point annoying. It's the only one that's stuck pointing straight ahead. So like I might just leave it out. And then just do, let's say, a light, basic light machine gun point defense. Basic light machine gun. I'm running out of ordnance points. I don't know if I really need advanced turret gyros that much. I like dedicated targeting for this just to get the range bonus. Maybe throw like a couple Vulcans on too. But I still need room for the medium missile. If you have railguns, they have good range. I don't care. I'm not gonna put a single slot small ballistic in here and have to worry about lining that up. And I don't want it auto-firing because sometimes you'll have auto-fire on, you're trying to get away, and now your top speed is lowered because a random thing sees a target and starts shooting it when you want to be going faster. It's just too much micromanagement for literally nothing, and also I don't have enough ordnance points, so I just don't want it. So just leave it alone. What's up, Kieran Kylo? Thank you for 73 months. Appreciate the sub. Welcome back. How's it going? The Kopesh is okay, but I'm kind of like, don't really care that much about the Kopesh. Two broadsword wings to get through shields. Then you've got Warthog Assault with the mortars. All three of them have decoy flares, gonna overwhelm enemy point defense, and then harpoons just fly in. It's pretty good. Problem is I need more harpoons, or I guess I don't. Or I could get rid of dedicated targeting core, and then I could add in expanded missile racks for 20. But then I don't have room for the other missiles. I need other missiles. Do I have another flak cannon? Negative. Highly unfortunate. I just don't feel like spending 45 minutes trying to like customize the ships right now. It's kind of the issue. I might just leave the Venture here. It's too expensive. Come back and get it here in a bit when I have a little more money for supplies and fuel. Speaking of money, we need to go to Ming Daddy again and try and sell some of these heavy armaments. Ming Daddy's also the best place to sell heavy machinery. And the best place to sell supplies if we want to buy supplies here. All those things. And more. Hey chat, this is your every time we play Starsector pro tip. If you hold down the Alt button while in one of these menus and just move the mouse, anything you move the mouse over will be automatically transferred into whatever inventory you're looking at. So if I'm holding Alt and I go, that's the fastest way to change your inventory out. What? Yep, it's true. It's true. I've been clicking like a dummy for years. Perfect timing for that tip. Well, there you go. So I'm just gonna leave all my weapons in here for a minute just because it frees up some much needed storage. I guess I'll put some BPs in here that I'm not sure what I want to do with. If I get desperate for cash, I'll come back and get them. I want to learn. I definitely want to learn expanded magazines, insulated engine, extended shields, EC, and we're just finding all these now suddenly. Just carrying all these. Like it's nothing. I'm kind of tempted to just like do the memes and sell a bunch of like phase frigate BPs to the pirates. There's another harpoon launcher in your storage. Wait a second. If I edit my fleet from here, does it not pull from local storage? Or did I just miss it? I must have just not looked at it. Anyway, ad coming in right now. It's been 6.5 hours. We're gonna keep it here during the ad break and talk to chat and probably just edit ships. Speaking of talking to chat, what game are you playing tonight? Late night or early morning Thursday/Friday gamers, depending on where you are in the world. Increase fighter damage to missiles and other fighters by 50%, but can't leave the vicinity of the ship. What do we want besides expanded missile racks? Hearts of Iron 4, NBA Playoffs, that's not a game. Windrose, Starsector, Worm Online, Unreal Editor, that's almost a game. Modded Minecraft, South of Midnight, Menace, The Bazaar, played 2 runs. I haven't played The Bazaar in a while. SS parentheses Starsector, thank you for clarifying. Astronauts, Manchukuo, and I assume Hearts of Iron. Ostfront, man, I miss Gates of Hell. I wish they would turn that sandbox into a good sandbox. Honkai Star Rail, I'm sorry. Astronauts, Shogun 2, Skyrim. Oh boy. The Last Gas Station. Saw Rule Storage playing that yesterday. Balatro. Styx. Songs of Styx. Pink Oboe. I don't know what that is either. Dark Tide. Okay, lots of different games. First run of Fallout 4, fair enough. Look how, see, this is why I don't like looking at the screen, man. You know what this screen needs? Please, developer, I'm not trying to be mean. A favorite button. Am I right? Like a little star that starts out hollow when you click it and it fills the star in, and then anything you favorited on this list just stays at the top of the list. Because it really like hurts my ADHD to try to look at the whole list. Especially because it's not in true alphabetical order, because the docked things they go to the bottom. So it confuses me. And some of the also changing their highlights, depending on whether you can or can't use them, is actually inverted compared to what my brain wants to see. The highlighted ones look like the ones I can click, but they're actually the ones I can't click. And the non-highlighted ones are the ones you can click because you have enough ordnance points. So like the whole screen messes with me. I'm having to look at negative space to find out which ones I can actually put in. So sometimes I just take all the vents out until I pick something. Welcome back from the ad. This max burn is 8. So it's kind of slowing us down, I think. But augmented field drive is expensive, or it costs a story point. So we're a little slower. My eyes, I'm trying to focus my eyes. My special eyes. Do I need recovery shuttles? When I just took the perk? that benefits us. Mostly I'm just trying to remember what I have. We just unlocked like 15 mod specs, so I'm trying to recall. I do like defensive targeting array. Extend the range of ballistic and energy weapons of the ship's fighters by 100 units. That's pretty cool. If you do a S mod. Chat, how do you feel about using a story point for a ship with 3D mods? Waste of time. Eventually, I might need a bunch of story points. It feels bad, huh? I guess I'll just leave it as is. I do kind of want ox thrusters because this thing turns like a tank. So give it a turn maneuverability bonus. And then 20 capacitors, 10 vents. Is that enough? Feels kind of bad. But we do have fancy fighters in here to try and like tank for us. So let's do harpoons on 1. Basically everything else on 2. I like having missiles alternate instead of linked fire. YOLO. Two broadsword groups and a warthog versus a lowly sunder. Get them, boys. Get them. I have you on engage, not be cowardly. Right? They're on engage. Why are they not engaging? Am I missing something? Let me toggle it. They're not attacking. The array makes the... Oh, wait. You're right. Defensive targeting array makes them unable to leave the vicinity of the ship. You're right. My bad. I forgot. Never mind. Scratch that. In that case, I'll go 22 capacitors, 14 vents. Try a little demo again. Okay, now we can send them out. There we go. A little more aggressive. Oh, man. Give them a little something to think about. It's pretty spicy. Pretty spicy, right? So we got 3 volleys of harpoons without any kind of missile specialization. Now, I could put somebody in here who has missile spec and let them be the flagship. I don't know what I'm flying. I'll fly this for now, but I'm eventually going to put somebody else in here who's got missile spec, and they'll get double the amount of missiles. But the double broadsword wings shred shields. And then the harpoons do the rest. So you could actually go 3 broadswords, take down shields, and then just use harpoons for the rest, pretty much. But I do like having a little mix of warthogs, just so that they can, if you run out of missiles, the warthogs are still like pew-pewing with 3 light mortars. Pretty nice. Okay, I need to find another flak cannon. Or take out reinforced bulkheads and then throw 2 heavy machine guns on the side of this. Is that too much? This thing is gonna shred for point defense, but I'm worried that can it hold the flux? Also, I've got 3 ordnance points left. Doesn't this have an Omni Shield? I do like accelerated shields for the AI because they're like a little more micromanagey about taking up their shield, taking down the shield, taking up the shield. I think that can be good. Why do I have Thunder Heavy Interceptors in here? Did I do? I must have done that for the ion cannon. They still have light dual machine guns, but I guess there's only 2 of them. This is my anti-fighter wing, and then the heavy machine guns kind of will go crazy on their own. Let's test out against a Mora. That is a Mora. So they're gonna have 3 fighter units. Look how fast my little fighters are. Just zipping around. There's gotta be like 50G maneuvers that they're doing there. Get them, boys. Okay, I'm dead. Ah! I'm alive. Ow. Ow. Man, this build right here is pretty spicy, yeah, with the railguns on the front, like trip railguns. Put some pressure with the double sabos. I mean, it's a cruiser versus a destroyer. They have 3 times as many fighters as I have. I was just trying to see how good I could hold off the actual fighters, not the ship itself. It's not really supposed to just be alone out there. I have no idea what the hell I was cooking with this. I might just keep the Omen as my like one high-tech ship throughout the whole game. Well, they have a faulty automated system, I guess. Only pristine ships for me. What do we have in the storage here? Some Gravitons, some Mjolnirs. I guess I could take a look at... Well, let's do this. Let me go say hi to Sun Wukong. Here's what I need from you, Sun Wukong. Why is there a random Falcon 14th battle group pristine on the black market? Just chilling. Who put that on the black market? Where do they even hide a ship like that? Trying to see what they're selling. Okay, let's go get some stuff. Let's go make some money. We need to go buy from Gusoin, which is up here. Because I'm running out of money because someone has to pay these doofuses like $35,000 a month because I'm holding on to every level 5 officer. I forgot, which is probably not the best idea. We go a little sneaky. How am I being tracked? By whomst? I am an invisible angel in the asteroid field. There's no one that could possibly be tracking me right now. I am an angel. No one is gonna pulse to try and detect me. Not even you, bounty hunter. They saw nothing. They actually saw nothing, apparently. Bye, you stupid nerds. Mercenary officer? Nah. Okay, what do you guys got? Ooh, a hurricane. Can I use this now? No. But maybe I can later. Also, dual flak. Yes. I buy. I already bought a couple of them. I'll buy 2 more. I also love having gravitons for a rainy day. Wouldn't be... Do I already have breach SRM pods? Maybe I have 1. Heavy autocannon, heavy machine gun. Honestly, there's some decent little weapons here. Decent little weapons. So I'm here to buy, not to sell. More heavy armaments. I'm also here to buy cheapest fuel around and the cheapest supplies, probably. Ooh, I'm here to sell transmutonics, actually. That's a great deal of transmutonics. I'm just gonna get rid of these volatiles. They're not worth holding. Okay. Now I got room for your supplies, some of them. I could offload the recreational drugs at Yang for a little more money, but I don't want to make an extra pit stop, so I'm just going to sell these here, buy more supplies, and then be on my merry way. Okay, now I need to go to Ming Daddy and make some money. Don't pulse me. How do you know where I am? You're too slow, cowboy. Too slow. By the time you find me, I'll be out of your system. Okay, where am I going specifically? Mesa. be funny if they chased me all the way out here like I'm out of your jurisdiction. You have no authority in hyperspace. I used to play with a lot of Starsector mods that kind of add factions and stuff. And I think that there are a lot of them that... Okay. As long as you're not going for me. I think that there are a lot of them that are really cool and add a lot of interesting things. But I remember we did a couple of like modded playthroughs where there were, I don't know, maybe 6 or 8 different modded factions in there, and there were a couple times where we get into a fight and it's like, that shit is OP. Whether you're the one using it or whether it's being used against you, and I finally was like, maybe I'll just go back and play vanilla. Those weapons shouldn't be in the game, actually, from that mod, and I don't feel like inspecting every single mod's contents for, you know, testing every single weapon just to make sure that they don't have any game-breaking super nukes. Okay, I don't think that the neutrals really care, do they? Maybe they don't. But they're really fun, like, novelties to check out for sure. A few or one modded faction? Yeah, a few or one modded faction. The flak shotgun cannon was still one of the funniest ship builds. Oh, the one where I would shoot, like, rocks? Where you just go up 2 feet away from them, shotgun blast like chunks of rock, and they would just insta-die. Yeah, I vaguely remember that. Okay, there's some heavy machinery. They've got a primo price for the heavy armaments, the most anywhere, 1,200. I'm just gonna sell, I think I'm gonna sell the whole stack. Paying a primo for supplies as well. Is that it? I think that's 740,000 credits, man. Almost at our first milli. We've been holding on to those heavy armaments for a little while. Trying to find the right place to drop them off. And I think we did. Might be arming the resistance on the neutral world, but you know, such is the price. Okay, now what? Now we actually got some cash flow. I think we need to go ship shopping and get rid of the hounds. Unfortunately. Maybe go Persian sector shopping. Try to get some midline. Sure, why not? Okay, yeah, they don't care. These guys are chilling. Neutrals are chilling, man. I feel bad arming up the rebellion there. 38K monthly. Oh. My officer payroll is just stupid. Like, I just have too many useless officers, and I can't decide which ones to keep and which ones to get rid of, because I'm afraid if I get rid of them, I'm gonna look back and be like, oh, I wish I had that still. Hostile fleet is right here. Looking for you. Yeah, I bet you are. I bet you are. I could probably take this fleet. The one little phase frigate's gonna be annoying. The Shrike and the Mule. Save scum. We could take them, right? Get a little combat in. Trying to enjoy these like kind of smaller scale combats. Okay. Carrier fleet, you guys stick next to me. Everyone else, do your thing. Don't forget to have fun out there. It's like a stupid thing to say. Hey, don't forget to have fun out there. Well, you're almost dying. I worry about the hounds. I do worry about the hounds. I'm gonna just try and trust them for a minute. I'm gonna try and give them a little trust. We're kind of just waiting to see what they do. All right, you're in too close, Wayfarer. Got him. Missile. Turns out missiles are good. Did you guys know that? You guys know missiles are pretty cool. Let's avoid the phase frigate for now if possible. Bring the fighter squad back. I'm gonna try and go over here and help my Lasher bro, who's just floating through space. Uh-oh, might be dead. Taking some missiles up the ass. Ooh, let's get this bro instead. Metapod uses Harden. It's super effective. How long can he do that for? Not long enough. Little harpoon volley comes in there. Wow, harpoons are pretty good. Did one of my hounds die or did they swoop over? Is there a casualty list somewhere? Bonk. I see this hound once is about to die. Oh, there's the hound right there. You just go ahead and retreat. And we'll take care of the res. Rip my other hound. We gotta get rid of the hounds, chat. I don't know if I'm gonna recover it this time. It just, you know, it's doing hound things. It's in over its head a little bit. Get him. The Warthog's doing some work. Uh-oh. You know what's good at oh, actually, take this bro out. This, look, a shielded hound. It's like a unicorn. It was at this moment I knew that I realized that I guess I could have given him a shield. I could have given him a makeshift shield also. I just chose not to. But yeah, the best way to take out a phase ship is just have all your fighters spawn camp it. is a desperate hound. I'm saving these missiles for the post-credit scene. Let me help a little. Okay, other than the hounds, we're pretty damn strong relative to these guys. You know, not compared to the really strong people, but you know what I'm saying. I think it's time to say goodbye to the puka. Goodbye, puka. There's 2 pukas. That's illegal. Wait, there's 2 hounds, both randomly named puka, in the same battle, and there can't only be one. There were 2, and now they're both dead. That's really strange. I don't even know which puka's mine. I guess this one. But yeah, I'm just not gonna recover it. And we need to get some other stronger frigates. Bye. They'll be lost permanently. Give them a burial at sea. Story point. 4 wit is ready to level up. Maybe, how long have they been ready to level up? I just missed it. Where are they? Oh, I gave away their ship. Whoops. What is the best choice? I like my pilots to have... point defense is kind of a low-key, pretty decent one if you're gonna have a carrier fleet. So, helmsmanship I always love. I think I over-love it, but plus 50% maneuverability is just insane, right? I'm going rogue. I'm gonna need them point defense, because I don't think any of these officers have point defense. And then I can put you inside the monitor for now, even though we don't have missiles on it. It's like plus 50% damage to fighters and missiles. That'll show you, you stinky pirates. Okay, I think I was just going over here to kind of like do some ship shopping. Some shopping for ships. There are a lot of Persian League stations here, and Persian League uses a lot of midline ships. And I think I would like some midline ships. So we got a military base, size 7. Let's go scope that one out. They got this place locked down. Officer, what do you do? Missile spec, level 1. Is it worth firing one of these level 5s to save on payroll and hiring a level 1? Maybe. I just don't know which one I dislike the most. They all have pros and cons. Probably the Energy Weapon Master, the level 5 Energy Weapon Master. I think long term won't be a good fit for us, though maybe I should just appreciate the fact that he's piloting the Omen, and right now he's decent in the Omen. Everyone is level 1 or level 5. I know, unless you train them yourself for some reason. It's weird. I like picking derelict ops. Yeah, that one's fun too. I've done a couple it's not really a meme run, it's powerful, but yeah, it's a fun change of pace. just don't think, I don't like target analysis that much. Unless it's elite. Because for me, I always prioritize the ship's survival over how much damage it does. Even though I know you could argue that if it does more damage, kills, therefore it survives longer. I don't know. I guess I'm just gonna eat the payday of having to pay every single one of these officers. Okay, what are you guys selling? These expert pilots are piloting junk? Excuse me, this junk is winning each of the battles that we're taking. All right, that's the problem. If we're winning, then it's not junk. I don't really know if I want a bunch of vigilances. I feel like every time I field vigilance frigates, they just die. The AI just dies with them for some reason. Ooh, there's a griffin right there, Jet. There's a griffin right there in the black market. My problem is I'm over here like, yes, I want to buy midline ships, and then I look at the midline ships, and I'm like, Vigilance sucks. Brawler, used it too much. Sunder, way too weak. Tech ship with no shields. That has flux issues. I'm like finding a reason not to take all of them. I do like the Griffin missile cruiser though. It's a good it's a good flagship for now. It's 140K. We have plenty of money. It's more about the maintenance and the paying the extra 200 crew and all that. I think I want it though. I know I have a Venture in storage, but I don't think I'm gonna really use it. I think I'd have more fun with the Griffin. I'm buying it. Ugh. Lock it in. I did just buy the Hurricane in my RV. It's a classic stalwart Dragonfire torpedo pod. Limited ammo, only 5. It's the same ordnance points. As the Hurricane. Is it as good as the Hurricane with only 5? I just don't think so. Sorry, I'm doing pointless tests, but it's not pointless to me, okay? This is the Hurricane. So, the other one is much better against shields, and there's 5 volleys. Hurricane is gonna shred when there's no shields, and has 10 volleys. Have you ever used pirate afflictors? No, I tend to stay away from pirate-style ships for some reason. I don't know why, just personal preference. They're cool, like I think they're cool objectively, I just don't ever play with them. I usually like symmetrical ships. So asymmetrical like this, I have to kind of force myself to use, but I have fun when I do. I do like the side launching missile hardpoints. I think is pretty cool. Oh, dude, double Gazer SRM pods. Oh, I forgot how good this was. Graviton beams fired at the target. Wait, no, not the Gazer. What am I thinking of, chat? What's the missile? Is it a large missile that just is the suppression missile that just do, and you kind of click it and forget it and it fires like 10 missiles? Which one is that one? The Squall. Squall is unmatched, in my opinion. That's like one of the best missiles in the whole game. It's just ridiculous against capitals and cruisers. You just start casting Squall and they can never take their shield down, but also they leave their shield up and they just overload. Straight away, it's crazy. Let's try this out of curiosity. All right, if I'm committing to this ship, which I apparently am because I just bought it for like 170K, then it's getting expanded missile racks built in, right? Do I care about the rate of fire going down by 20%? That is a debuff. Maybe just don't be so hasty. Don't build it in yet. So for this front medium ballistic, do you like point defense or do you like aggro? So they've got one that has a arbalest. What is that? Yeah. Well, in the picture, they're not arbalest, they're heavy autocannons. Having like a front mounted dual flak is okay. I think I overvalue point defense. Put a couple light dual machine guns on here. Don't have any more. Light machine gun on the side. I got 2 small missile hardpoints here. I know for sure I've done some little salamander goofing in the past. All right, we're just gonna have to take this thing and go suit it back up at home because I don't have any like enough guns here to actually set it up. They do have a much better Mora right here too. That doesn't have malfunctioning manufactory. Malfunctioning comms is fighter engagement range reduced by 40%. Oh, that might be worse actually than manufactory. Never mind. Skeleton Crew 650, we got 200 extra. Okay, cool. Let's go check out the other shop. Did I just buy that stuff off the black market? With my... Oops. I thought I had my sensor off. I have extreme suspicion. I'm gonna lose rep. Oh dear. Whoops. You ever just accidentally buy something on the black market with your transponder turned on? Couldn't be me. Oopsie. Well, this is also bad. I kind of just need to do my business and then e-burn out. Whoops. Falcon chilling in there. There's a drover. So the drover's destroyer grade? Yeah. I don't hate the drover. I came here to buy frigates and I'm leaving with a new cruiser. It's not exactly what I planned. I don't like the midline frigates, I guess is what it comes down to. I think the brawlers are fun. I just use them too much, so I'm kind of bored of them. Do we want to get a drover and then kind of get rid of the drone tender? Kind of throw in another destroyer like the Gemini. High-tech frigate supremacy, it's true. It actually is true. All right, I'm selling. I'm gonna take the guns off. Goodbye. Thank you, drone tender. Getting rid of the hound. Our fleet is shrinking. I'm gonna buy the drover. Put a couple swarmers and a couple salamanders. Just for some fighter defense. Piranha bombers can be nasty, man. I don't know what I want to put on this. This sounds like a problem for not me right now. Oh yeah, let's get out of here. I might buy their broadsword. No, I have 4 broadswords. Yeah, I don't need that. Okay. Thank you for the ships. I'm a wanted man! Oh god. They said something like pursuing your fleet and then just didn't pursue. They got lazy with it. They thought about it, but decided better. Staying on the outside of their little scan range. And then we turn off the super engines and just sneak on into Stone Nest, see what they got on the black market. See a hammerhead. Now we're talking. That's not a frigate. But I've been looking for something like it. A lasher with bad flux dissipation. That's kind of like how it comes naturally. How many destroyers do we have? Technically just 2. And they're both carriers. I'm down to just buy a black market hammerhead. Get a nice little backbone of the destroyer side. It's been a while, Hammerhead. It has been a while. What are they selling here for you? Double heavy mauls. Oh, they got a flat cannon here. Well, I've kind of settled into the dual heavy machine gun. I'm still gonna buy the flak. Buy a couple harpoon MRM pods. Buy a paladin. In case I ever need it. I do love heavy burst lasers sometimes. I don't know if we have any heavy autocannons. Okay. So. We got 2 small missile hardpoints, 2 hybrids, could be whatever you want, and then hybrids on the back as well. How we doing on crew? 750 skeleton crew, so we have like 100 extra. I'm gonna go ahead and hire. I like having a little more just in case you find another ship or something. Let's have 200 extra crew. Okay, now I need to go home to Libertas. I think just transverse jump out of here. We can just sneak on out. Oh God. Okay, everybody chill. I love how I went shopping for a frigate and came home with everything else. A new destroyer, a new cruiser. Been cool watching you play this game. How hard do you think it is to learn? It's pretty hard to learn, but it's not super punishing to learn because you just learn to hit F5. You hit F5 before you want to try anything. Test it out. You lose. Roll it back, you know? Load that save. Give it another go. That's how you learn combat, to be honest. Save scum. I think the tutorial is good. It's just the control scheme is gonna feel weird, but you do learn how to do it pretty handily, I think. Like, I'm not goated at the game or anything, but you don't have to think about it at a certain point, like in terms of how to maneuver the ships and how to push the right buttons. I would say definitely give it a shot. If you think it looks cool, you're gonna have fun in it because it's just like a huge, awesome sandbox with all, especially when you're coming in fresh, there's a lot to learn, but it's like, I wouldn't say it's as intimidating. Like sometimes you just do stupid stuff. Like I just ran out of supplies, you know, whoops. Where did those go? I think I sold them all is where they went. And then you find out what the consequences are. I think in the game, there's a ton of good tooltip information, right? So if you look at no supplies, hit F1 for more info, okay? So I'm using 35 for ship repairs and recovery. There's a lot of really good tooltip info that gives breakdowns of everything and how it works and why. So you just gotta be willing to read some tooltips. Flying a ship yourself feels weird at first? Yeah. It'll feel floaty and weird at first, but the vanilla tutorial's great. Yeah, tutorial's really good. So I would definitely check it out. Okay, so good news is this system has really cheap supplies. Bad news is I might have bought them all. So I'm just gonna buy like 150 to get us started. So my ships don't explode. And then there's a lot of customization. I need to customize the hammerhead. This is mostly customized, but I gotta give it some hull features. And then I need to go probably shopping. I think I would like to go Tritakian shopping over in Gingolks. And then pick up some frigates from the Tritakians. And that is exactly what we will do next time, aka tomorrow, okay? So, future me is gonna have to do some customization. Honestly, I might do some of this off stream just because it's gonna take me like 45 minutes to an hour. And I just don't feel like sitting here staring at like numbers maybe, so I might just do that after I eat later tonight. And just do some ship customization so I can start tomorrow and actually like keep playing instead of get stuck. So I might do a little off-stream gaming. Third fleet is the charm, that's true. So we're gonna call it there. Thanks for watching, everyone. Thanks for hanging out. Another pretty good day. I only save scummed once. No, I kind of figured I was gonna have to. There was a fleet earlier that I was like, are these bounties or do I have a quest? So I saved to go look. It was a bounty. So then I reloaded my save. Don't tell anyone. I got confused by the World of Warcraft quest exclamation point. I didn't realize they were hostile. So anyway, thanks for chilling, everyone. I'm gonna send you out on an in-stream raid before this ad comes in. I'll catch you tomorrow. So go say what's up to Avic. He's playing a game called Dungeons of Dreadmore. Oh, this is a classic. Dungeons of Dreadmore is an oldie. I've actually never played it. I just am very familiar with it from remembering it from my YouTube days, because that's from like 2011. So go say hi to Avic, go check out a classic. Dreadmore is made by this game's artist. Really? I did not expect that kind of crossover. Huh. That's really cool. They have a really nice art style then. All right, have a good one, everyone. Take it easy, go give Avic some love. I've installed and gonna try my first run. Good luck, have fun. Jackal, Terminator Pig, Bird Strike, Mazzello, Foxdot, IMC, Goodnight RNRS, Shivs, Francis Alexander, Star Mage, Fullsec, Morlos, and Dudley Manlove. Everyone else, thanks again. Kieran Kylo, thanks for the 73 months. An hour ago, I think I got you, but I might have missed you. But I appreciate the subs, the follows. Hit that follow button on the way out and the way in. All right, see you over there. Good night. Now please leave.